All right, call to order, Berlin Finance Committee. Open session, public meetings are subject to being videotaped. Your image and voice may be recorded. All right, so I guess we should get started with the reserve fund request.
You don't have to stay here all night, you're up?
I don't mind. I don't mind. All right. So last week we had a failure on one of our computers. It was a hard drive for our APHIS system, which is an automated fingerprint index system. Called the company that we bought it from. Actually, we didn't buy it. We got it on a grant, so we didn't pay for the initial system. So they gave us a quote back of $35, $33, $50 to replace the system. But then when I looked at the quote, I see their charge was $339 per monitor. So we obviously don't need a monitor. Our monitor is still working. So just the software upgrade and the hard drive is $3,194.50. Currently, there's $51,000 in the budget, but with forms submitted today, brings it down to about 46, and $4,700 still has to go to the camera system. So I'm right around 40,000 left for the year, which seems like a lot, but there's a lot of contractual obligations I still have to fulfill until the end of the fiscal year. So of course, if I get the transfer and I can save the money and turn it back in June, I absolutely will.
All right, and you said this was, how old was it? You said do you
5
know?
years. 5 years old.
5 years
the
old.
system is. And,
Okay.
I think most of this is relative to our COVID years of constantly spraying down the cell area every time somebody. We use it for licensed carriers as well. So we use a computer 150, 160 times a year. So we sprayed it down 150, 160 times during COVID, and I think our chemicals got to it. And it's not really something that should happen.
Okay, hopefully next,
Yeah.
probably changing in the future here.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the exact, it was 3,000, I know you subtracted
So I think the first form came, what I need is $3,194.50.
3,194.50.
I'm not sure if I deduct on the
I was
request.
gonna make the motion, that's why
Okay,
I asked for the paperwork, but you and Mary can look at it
Here's the rest of the
if they want.
paperwork if you want, that's the quote with
That's
the
the dollar
crossed
amount.
off part that is not paid
And here's the quote for those of you that keep papers.
together. I don't know where the quote went.
I'll give you, one back, please, Scott, one quote back. I don't need it.
Oh, no, they all go together. I was gonna give you the clip to,
Oh, they're all one,
Unbudgeted.
oh, sorry,
Alright.
my bad.
that just says dollar amount, this is the details, this is what was in the email, minus the monitor.
Yeah, I see. I'm trying to figure out this other present balance in this appropriation.
Oh, that's that's coming out of the reserve fund,
Oh, that's reserve fund, sorry, okay, yeah, I see.
and that's what their balance is in their expense account.
the penciled in amount is because there was a large bill that came through today, which lowered that down
I get
to
it.
40,
I get it.
whatever it is.
Yeah, and I still have 4,700 outstanding waiting for the camera system to be fixed.
So that figure is in,
This
Which
is
fund?
what
The
the
reserve
police
fund?
expense.
Yeah, that's what's left in my expense account.
oh, okay, that's what's you've got in reserve.
Yes.
Yeah, got it, understood, yeah.
So, I make a motion,
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, yeah, I
I
don't.
make a motion that we do a reserve fund transfer per the request of Fire Chief Shartner for $3,000. Oh, Police Chief, sorry, I gave you
Take
a
the fire chief's
promotion,
salary.
yeah, sorry, Police Chief Shartner.
I'll throw that in there.
I figured
Right
this
into that.
truck that capital planning, I need to talk to him about, I'm gonna, Police Chief Shartner for $3,194.50 for a new hard drive for our AFICS system, which is the fingerprint and computer. I don't know if you wanna look at that, June, or not, Julie.
Oh, we've already had that.
Yeah,
conversation.
so-
Yeah,
Already.
we've seen it,
All
thanks.
right.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any other questions? All right, roll call. Scott, aye.
Mary, I.
Shannon, I.
Julie, I.
All right, passes.
Thank you all.
Thank
You
you.
are on a roll.
It's been a long day. I've
I
been
like
in
it.
Somerville all day. It's been a long day. Up to 6
Bring
a.m.
her arm.
Is that a new laptop?
I dropped my laptop at work, so I have a new one. They're not very happy with me.
It's a nice one.
Mhm.
Yeah, very slim.
So,
What's it, touchscreen? Yeah. I have
touch
one of
screen
those.
and don't ask me how, but these two things come apart, so it can be a tablet as
Was that a
well.
Surface Pro or something?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you can bend it on.
I am like the worst person to have a technology because I don't do technology well.
All right, on to the budget.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Eric.
Sorry I called you fire chief, I
It's okay.
apologize.
You just got a new title.
You got it. It's the second time today you got the wrong title.
Sorry.
So what I thought I would do, if it's okay, is just take a couple minutes to do a recap, high-level overview, and there's a couple lines that you haven't voted on yet. And if we can get those out of the way and then talk about the big ones, that would be great. Does that work for you, Scott?
Yes.
All right.
Do we
So,
have visitors? I don't know.
We do.
Is anybody else like need to speak? I just didn't know.
No, I'm just here listening.
Oh, all right, okay.
Just a
Didn't want to be rude.
thank you.
so right now, the way the budget stands, if you look in the last column here, I've kind of tried to simplify everything now that most of the votes have been taken. You can see the FY23 budget. I left the recap in there because as we've discussed, the local receipts, why did the local receipts do that to me? Oh, I'm sorry. The local receipts, as you go down, I was like losing my mind there, are different than they were, substantially different than they are from the budget to the actual recap. So I thought it was helpful to leave the recap out for that purpose. As we talked about, we captured a lot more in local receipts this year, given increases in hotels tax, meals tax, etc., so that we didn't have to do a large increase in the residential taxes for FY23. So I'll start with property taxes. The proposal as it stands now for FY24 is the standard 2.5% increase plus new growth, which I have at 350,000 here. State aid numbers are in based on the governor's budget, which if anything are conservative. 278.86. If anything, they would potentially go up from House and Senate. So we are generally always safe going with the governor's state aid budget numbers. As you'll see, local receipts have only gone up about $5,000. There were some areas that we adjusted up and down based on the first 7 months of FY23 and looking what we had. A big part of that adjustment, it comes in building permits because as we noted, Highland Ridge is done. That's not something we can count on for revenue next year. And we don't have any other large commercial or residential projects on the horizon that would generate that level of building permit revenue. So we did really have to make some adjustments similar to that in several of those categories. Offset receipts, which is your transfer station, pretty much the same, just an increase for salaries. Receipts reserved for appropriation would be your ambulance receipts and your cemetery. And other revenue sources is free cash, and that's a huge jump, and we'll talk about that in a minute. That jump is for capital for the schools. So all in all, minus our obligations, which they call typically the backside of the cherry sheet, if you will, we are looking at total revenue of $16,203,676 for FY24. And as you can see, we are balanced to the penny, $16,203,676 in expenditures. Hold on, let me just come down here. So we're proposing to tax at $13,487,258. The levy limit is actually 225,046 based on the previous fiscal year, plus our increase, plus new growth, and the debt exclusion that's been approved. Your levy limit is actually 15,664,599, which means that after you factor in everything else, your maximum allowed budget is 18 million, your actual budget is 16 million, which means your excess levy capacity is just over $1.8 million. The other thing I did put in that didn't show up here was your free cash down at the bottom, because I only have it obviously for 22 because we're in 23, but free cash came in at just over $3 million. So some of that is being used as part of this to offset capital expenses, which I'll go through as we come down here onto the next couple of pages. So that's kind of your 50,000 foot level view. State aid numbers, you can see how it's kind of broken down to get to the 278. Local receipts, you can see all the various categories in here, how it's broken down to arrive at the 1.2 million. Offset receipts, as we talked about, are transfer station receipts. Receipts reserved for appropriation would be ambulance and what we can capture for cemetery receipts. Other revenue sources. This number is obviously quite large. This highlighting does not work well. I need my pointer. One of these days I'll get my laser pointer.
Just don't use the highlighter, just use the mouse itself. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah,
just,
use
just,
the mouse.
Just the mouse itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
okay.
know what line you're on.
There we go. Can you see it there? That's
Yeah, we'll
blinking.
just move-
I was gonna
yeah,
tell you
but-
that Monday night.
Oh, I'm still trying. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm used to highlighting things.
I know.
So that free cash is for BMS and Tohoto Capital. The Capital Committee has recommended fully funding the capital requests from BMS and Tohoto, given what we have in free cash and given the needs that were presented. When we obviously talk about operating assessment, that is another challenge, but the Capital Committee wanted to do what they could on the capital side of the shop for the schools. So those requests are fully funded, and actually one of the requests to repave the walkway and the sidewalk was moved to FY25. Nancy and I had a conversation. Given the fact that that's a potential liability and that someone could trip and fall, we thought it would be best to move that back into FY24. So there's another 20,000 that was added to capital for the walkway and the sidewalk repaving. And a big part of that is not only the liability, but next year, looking out 5 years on the capital plan, we have a roof request coming in at 1.1 million, which is just an estimate for right now. That's guaranteed by the time we get into FY25 to go up. So we're trying to do what we can this year, with the fact that we have an eye towards next year, and we're going to probably have to do some type of financing to address that large amount for the roof. So any of those small projects we could do with a little bit of that extra free cash, capital felt that made sense to do this year. So that's why that number is so large. I should also point out, while we're talking about capital, capital also recommended fully funding all of the town capital requests as well. So it was a great opportunity to get a few capital things done that have been delayed due to COVID, and some extra funding that's there because things were put off that couldn't be done during COVID. So really trying to protect our assets and do what we can there.
Do we want to talk, since we're talking capital, about the
fire truck?
tanker, or is that going to throw you off here? I just thought since we're here, I can wait. I'll wait if you want.
No, I think I
So,
have capital in here.
The capital planning
It's smaller,
has, in the 5-year plan, there is a tanker truck that has been requested next year for 880. And our new chief, and I'm sorry, I can't remember his name.
Mike McQuillan.
McQuillan has been doing some research for quotes and whatnot, knowing he needs to do that. And he's talked to a few people, and is my understanding that the quote for the 880 will be going up an additional 15 to 20%, which puts it right about $1 million. It was a really hard decision, and we talked about it quite a bit, and we actually moved that from 25 to 24 knowing that it's gonna cost us another $100,000 next year with the roof, so that has also been moved, into capital this year. Did I do a good job?
You absolutely did.
Okay.
It's the highlighted line, and I
Oh,
haven't
it's
had a chance to
mitigation.
update I haven't had a chance to
It's
update capital
Coming
yet.
out of mitigation and a little bit of
Not
free
borrowing,
cash, right?
Well, we've got to talk about that because we can't appropriate funding that we don't have.
Yeah.
So I have the chief looking into what the first 1 year down payment would be for year one, and if the rest would be paid upon arrival of the truck. So depending on what that price comes back, that's the amount we would ask to appropriate at
Town meeting.
May town meeting, because we do have the $857,000 in mitigation money, but 262 of that is dedicated to police for the 3 officers
Mhm.
and the sergeant. So that is to be determined how that will be broken out, but the recommendation of capital was, because the FY27 increase, it made sense to try to do it in 24 if at all possible, because that's a substantial savings. One of the things that was pointed out at the select board meeting was, those are standards. We are a green community. We're not trying to specifically skirt being green, if you will, but the cost was so high that capital felt that in this particular instance, that sort of outweighed waiting and, paying for those new standards, because it's a 2-year build out for the vehicle.
And Anna was very, really, that truck will be traded in or sold or whatnot. It will not remain in the fleet because of the green community. And that's another reason why the prices are going up, because all the emissions standards are more costly than the ones, so.
Right.
Right. So as I understand, is that what, in 2026 is the new emission standards?
27.
Okay, in 2026 is the last year of the old standard.
Correct. So
And-
we talked, could we even wait until fall town meeting to appropriate that funding? And because of the 2-year build out, that might be too late.
But the new truck, I understand it, is going to be with the new emission standards, right? Emission, the new truck, right?
That's what would cost the extra 15
Right, but
to
that's,
20%.
but yeah, it'll have, oh, so the old one won't be?
Will not.
Right, that's what you're
Oh.
trying to save.
Gotcha.
Okay, and we only say that if it's delivered before the end of 2026?
If it's ordered in FY24, and we believe it needs to be ordered in July of FY24 in order to make it in time to not hit that uptick.
But the actual difference is it's really when it was delivered, whether it needs that standard. So
Correct, so it'll be
right,
delivered
FY
in FY26 as
Right.
opposed to FY27.
right. So July 24 is considered the cutoff to make sure that you have some leeway there to
July
the
23.
delivery, or July 23, to have the leeway to have it delivered by the end of 2026.
Yeah,
Exactly.
sorry, I didn't explain that well, I'm sorry.
No, you did. So that's capital.
So how
and-
much is on free cash side of that? That would be
So I have to, we're not sure. I'm waiting to see how much, if it's a third that we do, or what the upfront payment would be. Hopefully it would all be from public safety mitigation and not touching free cash would be my desire.
I think that's what capital planning wanted to.
Only if it's here though, I know. We have a outstanding invoice to Highland Commons for over $600,000. But we don't know that that will arrive in time for May 1. And obviously, if it's not here, we can't appropriate it at town meeting. So that's why we're looking into what our other potential options might be with the existing mitigation money we have right now, minus that Highland Commons money that might not be in on time. And that would mean perhaps splitting it into multiple payments.
If we're allowed to do so.
I mean, I can't, there may be a discount for paying $880,000 up front. I assume that they're,
100%, no.
no. I was gonna get there, yes, June is correct. We can't, number one, we can't do that. And number two, even if we had the money and for some reason it allowed, most companies, the way it works is that you pay the rest on delivery of the vehicle. So I don't imagine that it would be an issue with the company to break it up, because that's how all cities and towns have to do it. So we're just trying to see what those dollar amounts would be, so we know how much we need to appropriate. And Chief's working on that.
All right.
So that's capital. And while we're on capital, just in case you wanted to see how everything breaks out for BMS and for Tohoto, these are the recommended capital figures. So it's 468, 410 for BMS and 211, 599 for Tohoto. That does not include the debt service because that is a borrowing, so that's 442, 752. So that comes out of the debt exclusion line item, not out of capital free cash. And then the other capital items, just in case anyone's interested, retaining walls at the transfer station for 25,000. Highway has a mower replacement, facade painting and flooring repairs at the town offices. Fire and EMS, in addition to the truck, would be rounding out the ambulance replacement, some PPE and defibrillator replacements. Police is tri-band radios, cameras and software, those mobile, I always forget what MDT stands for. The computers that go in the cruisers. It's not
MDT it's called?
MDT.
Hmm.
I have to
The
Google it
exact,
every single time,
I'll
but
Google
Yeah,
it.
Google it for me.
I'll Google it.
And the replacement chief's car. And then CPA, which we will talk about momentarily, is on here. And I actually think I need to take the housing coordinator
Mobile
off.
data terminal
Thank you. I can never remember where
or
it is.
mobile digital computer, MDC. They're both interchangeable.
I keep thinking the D is for detective, and that just throws me off completely. So, and then the one request capital hasn't discussed yet is the playground renovation. That was a last minute request, but it was a little bit of a confusion because Recreation had thought since they had submitted it last year, it was already being considered for this year. So capital is meeting again next week to discuss that. So that is where things stand for capital. So right now, with what's been approved, your number is the 911, 900, which is under the 30% that FinCom recommends for capital, which is 923 and change. Actually, I can give you that exact number. Let me go up a page. 923, 186 is that 30% recommended number. As you all know, it's not a fixed number. That's just kind of your recommended free cash plan. So I know I kind of jumped to capital and I got a little
That was
sidetracked,
partially my
but
fault,
that's
sorry.
okay.
I just thought since we were
we were
talking-
there. No, it makes sense because I wanted to talk a little about capital. We hadn't spoken much about it. So that's what your 680 009 is right here, would be your free cash for the schools. And then you have actually 7,000 for affordable housing.
So slow down a minute, Kristen. Go back. What was the what's that? 68009.
009. Yep. Sorry, that got a little small. And then public safety
I'll be looking at it.
stabilization is 262. 297, that's like too many twos. Because you're recommending inclusion of the half year of the full-time day officer and the nighttime sergeant promotion. So that is slated to come out of that public safety mitigation funding as well, which is why that number has come up. And then you have your obligations, which are your state charges, your debt service for Tohoto Capital and the highway barn that rounds out the revenue side of the shop. Does anyone have any questions on revenue before we go to those couple of expenditure line items we haven't talked about yet?
Yeah, just the capital that capital planning has approved for the town projects. What's that total? Am I looking at it or is it somewhere else?
No, it is I have it in the warrant. Hold, please.
It wasn't in the page we were just looking at?
I don't think it totaled up the school as opposed to the, town, but my warrant does. So school would be 680,
The town is-
009.
is
Town
two-
is 231, 889, as presently proposed. And that includes all of the projects submitted with the exception of the playground, which they're still discussing. Anything else on that? All right, so you'll notice this looks different. I have simplified the expenses now that we are getting down to the finish line here. What you have now is your FY23 budget as approved at town meeting, your current FY24 FinCom budget that goes to town meeting, and the dollar and percent change of the budget year to year. So what I've done is I've gone through and highlighted the ones we have not voted on yet. The first one is recreation. The select board, I know now I hid the column so I can't show you, but the select board did vote to authorize the $17,550, which was recreation's original request, and they authorized an additional $1,500 in supplemental funding out of ARPA for their programming, because we really just didn't have it on the operating side of the budget. So that's recreation.
So they got some extra money.
Yes, to
Wonderful.
do that summer camp programming
Nice.
that they came before us and spoke about.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's a lot of chalk.
It's a lot of chalk. It's whiteboards now, Mary.
No, she put chalk on the.
You put chalk
Yeah,
on
she
there?
put chalk on there.
Oh, sidewalk chalk.
Sidewalk
Well, yeah,
chalk.
you gotta have that.
Yeah,
That's more
but
fun.
first you gotta have the sidewalks fixed, so.
Yes, then you have the chalk.
So I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation and a positive vote of the select board of 17,550 for recreation, line item 90, Julie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call, Scott, aye.
Mary, I.
Janet, I.
Julie, I.
All right. And then moving down, I confirmed with Assabet that line items 99 and 100 are the assessment numbers for this year. So the Assabet assessment is a per pupil assessment, as we've discussed. It is $705,398. That is an increase of 21.3%, or $123,978. The reason for that increase is driven by an additional 11 students attending Assabet this year. Their Assabet capital assessment has actually gone down by $2,007. So if you are comfortable moving forward, I have confirmed that those are the final numbers for Assabet.
You said, did you just misspeak on it? We had those additional 7 students. You said 11.
Did I say 11? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Is it? I just wanted to know if it was.
You're correct. No,
Okay.
I had too.
All right, just
Yeah, I
wanted
have
to
too
make
many
sure.
numbers floating around in my head. You're correct.
Which was a 26% increase in overall.
Initially,
students,
correct.
okay.
And we initially had a 26% increase in the budget, based on the governor's budget and the revenues that came out. They were able to adjust their revenues up slightly, which took our expenses down, and our percentage came down to 21.3%.
Did the select board vote on that?
Oh,
Yeah, I think we did.
did you vote? I thought you did, but hold on. Now I have to look at my other
I
one
think we did.
because. Hold on, please. Yes, thank you.
And if I'm remembering what we've got from Assabet, that Berlin, compared to all, I think all the other towns, that the student population is, we have the biggest increase in student even though we're not a big town, we have the biggest percentage-wise increase.
The
Yeah.
answer is no. I meant to have them do it, but I
Oh, we
didn't.
didn't?
So no, I know, and we
Oh.
talked about it, and
I could
then
have sworn we did.
I thought we did too, but I don't have it reflected. I can check on it. I thought we did too. Maybe I just didn't update the spreadsheet. Could be my bad. I'll check on it. I mean, you can vote on all the schools together if you want. It's however you want to do it. not really something we can argue
I don't
with. Yeah.
think it'd be a big deal if you want to vote it.
Well, I think
Are
we
all
still
the other
need,
numbers
I still think
accurate?
we need further discussion on other line items for the schools, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the-
This was- I was just
Yeah,
talking
we're not
about-
going.
You're just
through
talking
No,
the-
no, I was
about
talking
Alphabet.
about 99 and 100 right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So, yeah, all right. I'll make a motion to accept the line items 99 and 100 Assabet assessment and Assabet capital assessment. 99 is 705,398, Julie, and 100 is 66,170 as recommended by the town administrator.
Thank you.
You have a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion on the ASBET assessments?
Nothing for me.
Okay, roll call, Scott, aye.
Mary, I.
Janet, I.
Julie, I.
All right, thank you. And then the last two that I'm looking for you to discuss and vote on would be lines 107 and line 113. You've already voted on these, but I went back and looked and reduced them slightly to balance the budget. The reason I felt like I was able to, and it is a tight squeeze, but they level funded us on property liability insurance and workers' comp for FY24. So I went back and looked at what our premiums were for 23 and what we've spent so far in 24 for anything new that was added in terms of if we added a couple of vehicles or what have you. And I do still feel comfortable that shaving 2,300 off of workers' comp and 2,343 off of property liability, we still will have sufficient funding within those line items, and it basically balances the budget.
Select vote.
They did vote on it, yes.
Okay.
And skip 109 because that one is still under discussion.
So Kristen, you just spoke to which lines?
107 and 113.
107 and 113, okay. thank you.
107 is workman's comp and
Right, right.
113 is
Right.
property liability.
Yep. And we were fortunate enough that our numbers were good. They offered us a 0% increase this year and no more than a 2.5% increase next year if we signed on with them. So the select board did vote to do that a couple months ago.
Well, if there isn't enough money, we'll just be doing reserve fund transfers.
I have to say it was slightly over budgeted last year, so that's why I felt comfortable being able to cut that down a bit.
All right, I'll go with the roll here. I make a motion that we accept line item 107 workman's comp and 113 property liability insurance. Workman comp being 23,000 and property liability 101.57 as recommended by the town administrator.
I'll second that.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, we'll go to roll call, Scott, aye.
Mary, I.
Janet, I.
Julie, I.
So now I get to the exciting part of the evening,
Mm.
part that everybody's been waiting for. So one thing that I will first point out to make our discussion a little bit simpler is lines 102 and 104 are the capital assessment numbers that we already talked about. So what we're really trying to figure out are lines 101, the Berlin Memorial Assessment, and 103, which is the Tohoto Assessment. So, had a number of conversations with Select Board Scott, FinCom Scott, Select Board FinCom. And kind of what we were thinking is, and I thought a lot about this over the weekend, and I'm not sure that this is the best approach, but one kind of thought about how to do this was to fully fund Tohoto at the request, because that messes up Boylston if we don't. And that puts us in a situation of more of a regional issue. So if we fully fund it, and it's also a smaller increase, by the way. So Tohoto, the request is for a 9.2% increase, which is $270,712. So if we fully funded that, that would bring Tohoto to $3,213,709. Then we figure out what to do about Berlin Memorial. So the idea was sort of instead of having two problems, maybe we just have one. And then if we had to go to a regional meeting, there wouldn't be so much discord because it really would be just Berlin Memorial that's on the table. You're not really dealing with a two-town involvement to the extent that you would if Tohoto was on the table as well. So just a thought, but that's kind of what I was thinking. So if we were to do that and level fund, that would leave a 3.4% increase for Berlin Memorial, which obviously is not enough to cover their requested increase, which is the 20, is it almost 21% now? I'm trying to remember the exact number. That's fine.
Well, actually, I'm going back in the Tohoto assessment. So this is what the number is on the present budget that
Yep.
the school committee approved this past Saturday.
This past Saturday, yeah.
Talking about like one thing, trying match to keep things more simple with Boylston. They didn't actually approve that particular number. They actually approved the
The March
the
6th
March
number.
6th number, which I believe is our number on that time would be 3,206,381.
I was just gonna say, if I I unhide some of my columns
And-
here on the spreadsheet.
Right,
you'll be able
it's
to
a
see those
small
numbers.
change, but it is what, 3,213,000.
Yeah, I have all that down here. Just if you give me 1 second, it'll all show up here. There we go. There we go. So down at the bottom of the screen, actually, hold on, let me make that view normal so that's not dark. So as you can see, like we just discussed, the budget is balanced currently at 16,203,676. If we did what I was just talking about, which is the Tohoto, fully fund the Tohoto budget at their level fund request, that leaves a deficit in BMS of 937,417. So what does that mean? If we were to do that through taxation, we'd have to go from 2.5% to 9.7%, just shy of 9.7, but I didn't want to do 9.664979 or whatever it was. Or approximately, with all my usual caveats of this number is based on FY23 and does not take into account commercial devaluation and is subject to go up or down, approximately another $553 on top of the tax bill that already would go up by the just shy of $400 for a 2.5% increase. So you're talking about $400 already, just based on a 2.5% increase. If we have to go up to that 9.7, it adds another approximately $550 to it. So you're at, a total of $950 increase instead of $400. So Scott Hawkins had sent forward kind of a plan that talked about splitting the difference and taking some from capital, which I know we've all been kind of kicking around that idea too. This is where I kind of leave it to the discussion piece, because there's a couple different ways that you can do this, and I don't know that one is better than another, to be perfectly honest. I don't like the idea of free cash, except perhaps in this instance, because we know special education will come in higher next year based on this year's numbers. But there could be a gap again next year if more students come in. So it's not a guarantee that this is a one-time, one-year situation where we could gap fund with free cash.
Right, we understand that the spike has started for this year. We don't know when the valley will be coming, when the students hopefully, at some point leaving without a surge of other students replacing them. Now, what I've been trying to, and this is where I'm completely losing track of all the numbers because things aren't staying static here, is the latest BMS from what numbers for the additional out-of-district sped education that would be on the assessment from, that just came up like 2 weeks ago. I think it
Yep.
was be 2 weeks tomorrow, when that first hit. And then we suddenly have, with that number being included in there, and then a new budget that was produced by this school committee that added a full-time employee. So it's now getting convoluted here about what was, I mean, we can estimate, but we're now having to estimate what is the new increase just from the additional out-of-district special education numbers that just came in from 2 weeks ago. And that is a number I've been trying to get a handle on. And I thought I was going to get it when we'd see the budget, but then all of a sudden when they added a new person to it, now you're again guessing to what that number would be. So, because one area we've talked about, and this was something that, even Nancy pointed out to us from where she previously worked in Sutton, was the special article for out-of-district special education, which we see what the article is that Sutton has. And I think there's lots of disagreement, at least myself, with the school district regarding what their projected revenue is going to be coming from circuit breaker for the out-of-district special education reimbursement, which is a year in arrears, and what that number will look like here in the future. And even what it looks like is they had a spike this past year also, and what they're projecting as the revenue numbers. I mean, it seems like those numbers are projected low, and when I say low, I mean you're talking a few $100,000 low, which is, so it's not insignificant. That it would be, to me, to have a special article that we fund, just like they've done for Sutton, specific for BMS, that we apply money that they can take from that when if they do not get as big a reimbursement from special education for the circuit breaker this coming fiscal year.
So Scott, are you saying that article, that special article, would simply would only kick in? We would vote in a certain amount, but it would only be applied in the event the state didn't do what they said they were going to do. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I mean, they would be able to tap it specifically for out-of-district special education.
And only that.
Well, yes, that's, in fact, I don't know if you have the sample up, I don't know if you can bring up the email or the sample, or even from the website.
So before we go too far down that road, you just heard Kristen present what we're doing. We're looking at our town budget, and we're taking the governor's budget number, right?
Correct.
And Assabet took the governor's budget number. So question, why doesn't the regional school district take the governor's budget number, which also comes with in-year funding on an emergency basis because of the 14% increase in out-of-district tuition? So why doesn't the regional school district take the governor's number as part of the revenue picture for fiscal '24? Point one, and then Scott's point is correct on this other, we've got an understated revenue amount, potential revenue in the circuit breaker monies from previous 2 years. Significantly understated. So we did on the fly, a thumbnail sort of on the fly calculation on March 6th when we were in the joint meeting, and that number is, it could be 600,000, it could be more. If you take the threshold, deduct that out, take the 75%, because we had such spikes the last 2 years in special ed costs. And then further, we got the news that Berlin Memorial is going to have an additional, I forget if it's 4 or 5 students that we just learned about, likely to require out-of-district special education. And I think the trigger for the state to give emergency funding is a 25% increase. So I believe we would qualify for those additional students at Berlin Memorial. We will qualify for that state emergency funding. Plus the governor is saying that the Commonwealth's going to do it across the state, because it's a bad year for everybody. So I think we got a real problem with the revenue projections. This is the, the voted budget as well as the one that we discussed on March 6th. And as Scott points out, they keep changing. So it's really hard to kind of run this stuff down. But that's it. If you look at the top, the circuit breaker table on the top, and look at the revenue, and there's a little asterisk there, preliminary, waiting on first release from governor, final release. But, that's not what anybody else does in revenue projections. This is unusual. And so I look at what Kristen put up, saying, well, we've got $900,000 shortfall. I don't actually think we do. I think if you do this revenue consideration and you look at what the messages that we're getting from the governor's office, I don't think we have I don't think we have a shortfall.
That's, I think, the math that Scott Hawkins was doing in that email. Do you want me to?
No,
bring that up, or- okay.
I studied his email and I couldn't follow it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, it's probably me, I couldn't, maybe I'm just having number problems right now. But I have it here, I did study it, but these numbers are different from what you showed. Of course, you had it split out, Kristen, with let's do the Tohoto funding and do the other.
That was, right.
And my challenge would be, let's look at our budget, take a dollar number and say, here's the scenarios. This is what's going to happen to residential tax rates,
Yeah.
maybe projected with the caveats, and take those numbers and then bring them back to the two schools and figure out what to do. But start with the dollar figure.
And try to close that gap.
And yes, exactly. Start with the dollar figure.
Yeah, because the way that we've been doing it is all, so far all along has been that percentage increase where we got to like 6. I don't know why that just did.
Well, Kristen, I like that, but when we think about, do we treat the two schools differently for the reasons you stated, which are logical, I don't, but I'd be more comfortable starting with what's the total dollar number. The school committee voted a total dollar number assessment for Berlin on the 18th
Yes,
of
I
March,
have
right?
that right here. So
Yeah, and
that number is
4657.
49.
Okay.
And that did come down. Tohoto went up slightly. There were some personnel
5,
added at.
7.
It was unclear to me if
Nine.
there was a personnel added at Tohoto and
Yes, there's
I thought that
one,
there's a BCBA throughout the district. That's why. And then the aides are at Boylston.
Well, yeah, it's not a level service budget because you got five new positions. So
Right.
yeah, that's
right. And for our purpose, we're only worried about there's a essentially 1 plus, or we have a fraction, right?
Fractional.
There's one employee being proposed to be added at Tohoto, which we have our fractional share.
Right.
And then, I'm not sure how that other one,
The
the,
BCBA spread out.
Is it through all three?
yes, is that one through
so.
all three? I thought the separate one, is this their,
This is the
They're
final presentation
from the school committee?
from Saturday. Yep,
Okay.
that Nancy had sent.
Okay, so it is spread out through the
One-third,
district,
one-third,
okay.
one-third, correct. But unless it's 50%, it's either 1/3, 1/3, 50% at Tohoto and 25 for the elementaries. Different things are split different ways.
mm.
I thought the circuit breaker relief fund was, and I'm reading the page from DESI,
Yeah.
is it costs exceeding 125%, not 25%. So I'm trying to figure out what it is, and if you wanted relief, you had to apply for it by February 28th, with a final relief due by March 31st. I'm reading it right off
Yeah,
the
Janet,
DESI.
the
Is-
details, the technical details may not apply for
Yeah,
us.
I just didn't
Yeah.
know, is it 25% or is it 125%?
I'm only repeating what I heard Nancy say. I may not have
okay.
heard her correctly. She
Okay.
spoke to this on March 6th.
I have to look into
And
that.
she said
Yeah.
that for this year, we did get emergency funding already.
I
heard her say that.
understood that we qualify. The question is, how much will we get? Because
Understood.
there's not a lot, and it's spread out over the whole state. And even the supplemental budget that
Yeah.
Governor Healy has filed only has another 75 million, which sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah, I get it.
But we have $1 million gap, and we have 3,200 people. So figure out that 75
Yeah.
million could probably go to Boston in and
Yeah.
of itself. I mean,
Understood.
Well, right, I mean, we have that, I mean, and that's the one piece, talk about is that, the emergency one. But the more of the focus been, on this has been, not the emergency stuff, the stuff that's coming in arrears. And what, like I said, they have a spike from this present fiscal year. It's not even, we're talking about just for the next fiscal year. And looking at the numbers that they had there and what they projected for revenue for the circuit breaker does not really add up for what the traditionally what the state has been reimbursing. I know they're talking about reimbursing more. The fact that they're talking about reimbursing more is good because you could pretty much probably take it to the bank that what they've done in the past is what they wouldn't go below that. And sticking with the in the past of we pay the first $57,000 for out of district bed for a student, and then you get a reimbursement the following year of 75% of the remaining amount above that. It just seems like that revenue number of 300,000 is low. So that's one of the big arguments we've been having on this. I mean, obviously the schools have decided that they do not want to move on that particular number. And that's why I think what makes sense for us to keep the levy lower, would be to utilize money that's in our free cash to fund a special article that they have the backup for. If they get the additional revenues there, obviously they use those. And don't have to tap as much into a special article. And that would reduce money we're taking from the levy. It would separate, which I think would be a good thing in the future going forward, looking at how this could work going forward to try and level out these spikes, is how we can keep this thing funded in a certain way that ensures that we're not looking at huge new assessments. At the same time, schools not put in a position where they get two very special need kids, and now they have to look at even cutting positions because of that.
So Scott, what are you thinking that revenue number should be?
What
Ish.
the
Ish.
well, we're looking at we're looking in the hundreds of thousands, right? I mean, I was looking initially. I mean, it's back to where we want to go in the levy amount. To me, I don't think there's at least a 300,000 of free cash that you'd probably have to use for that. And it probably is actually even higher than that. Then that's what we need to discuss here and see where those numbers go. And part of that I was hoping to have, I do have some of the numbers. It was like what, but I was hoping to have a more precise number, because I don't know did we ever get a true precise number of the thoughts of what the new out of district, the change that happened 2 weeks ago?
yes.
We do have a precise number of what our assessment would be from that.
So the number on that was an additional $640,000.
I think that was 640,000, but I thought it was only affecting our assessment not
At
a
a
lot
lower-
less. I thought it was like 587,000. That was the first email when it was sent out. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Was
Yeah.
that Nancy's
Yesterday.
email?
Yes.
I can pull it up.
Okay, thank you. But one thing they were trying to do was to create a program in-house for several of those students, which they estimated could create around $165,000 savings. So one of the thoughts that I had was, do you at least take the $165,000 and put it in free cash in an article and say, okay, if you can't, for some reason, create this in-district, then you could tap into that funding if you had to place those students out of district. The problem is that's an estimate, that number, and they won't have a final number until well after town meeting, because they're still assessing what the students' needs are at this time, and they just won't know how much that's going to cost. It's difficult to monetize at this point. So And Mary, while you're looking up that, Scott, I just wanted to mention, Tim is here, to answer your CPA questions that you had as well. And in 2 minutes, we get to officially open the select board meeting portion, so I don't know how you wanna.
All right.
run that, but-
Well, let's do Tim really quick, and hopefully that you'll have all the answers we need really fast.
I just didn't want Tim to have to be here
Actually,
all
I
of a
think-
sudden at 11 o'clock.
I think it's
I'm learning a lot.
Oh, good.
I think it's Tim, and also the fact that June is here. I think that was the
Yes.
question, was
She's got the
getting the making sure we had all the numbers on the CPA,
Scott, it's 4 new students,
right?
Berlin Elementary.
Yeah, but it was the dollar amounts
The
there.
dollar amount, here it is
Right, but this would increase the level service operating budget per learning time. This is the number.
How much was the number?
Would increase the level service operating budget, and your operating assessment would increase to 4,746,479.
Oh, right, so it didn't actually break it out, it just gave you the.
Right, the assessment, at the time, the assessment that we were working off of, I thought that was
Correct.
587,000.
Yep, so I have that number down here, actually. This was the number that we thought, I think the school committee was gonna vote on. And that's exactly what it was. So this is the presentation that I had from them right before, the Saturday vote. But when they did the Saturday vote for BMS, it went down to 4,657,149. And I'm not sure why I haven't unfortunately had a chance to connect up with Nancy on that one.
Okay, that's okay.
I mean, I'll take it, don't get me
Right.
wrong, I'm not like.
But,
you
I mean,
know.
we have the, no, I mean, we are gonna have the ballpark, obviously,
Yeah.
some numbers on this.
By the way, Janet, there was a discussion about that emergency funding the same year. And Kristen gave Nancy that number of 25%, and Nancy didn't come back and say it's wrong.
I
So
saw that.
that's
yeah.
what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, you looked at the email too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's
So
why
I-
I was confused, and it reminded me to ask the question, is it 25 or 125?
It's 25 over the when the expenses are over 25% from the previous fiscal year. So I think if we had, I think we had 9 students, and if you add 4, you're gonna be 25%
It's
up.
substantial if you just look at the FY '23 budget. I mean, yeah, there's a 57% increase at Berlin Elementary and a 16% at Tohoto, but we're worried about Berlin Elementary, so we more than
Right,
need that increase.
right. Yeah, you know, and I don't know about the timing of the application for the funds and that sort of thing, but that is the number she said.
Yeah, and I don't know either, and I don't know if that supplemental budget that Governor Healy filed has its own timeline on it that's different from the normal timeline. I'm just not sure how that's gonna all roll out. I think it just depends on what happens to it
Yeah.
when it morphs as it goes through the House and the Senate.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
So-
You can open your meeting.
So,
One moment, please hold.
so we'll open the meeting of the select board and the FinCom. It's 8:32.
Wow.
Thank
Right
you,
on the
Julie
nose.
has kindly agreed to include us in her minutes, so many
Thank you,
thanks to
Julie.
Julie.
You're welcome. Would you like some chocolate? I figured
Right.
I'd do a long night.
Right, why don't we hold just that discussion right in the schools, and we'll just bring up CPA quick to get and finish off the numbers on that.
Tim,
'Cause-
it's your turn.
We're gonna be here a long
Yeah.
time.
You need a cookie. I'll take a chocolate one.
Do you need some chocolate or cookies?
Is this the gluten-free? The chocolate one is gluten-free. You want the gluten-free?
No.
Roger says they're gluten-free, because he wants them all. All right.
When starting or do you?
Oh, I was gonna say, so
I think
this,
June should start.
do you want me to start?
Yes, please,
Okay.
because who knows what you're gonna tell me.
No, I think you'll like what I have to say, Tim. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. So, Kristen asked me to try to supply something that would make this maybe a little bit more understanding. What you're looking at is actually a print off the general ledger of the town's books. I tried to label it as best I can, of course, it all makes sense to me, but I am who I am, and not
Oh,
everybody's
you don't have one?
into numbers as well.
Could you
So,
get a number? You
with that
can
being
usually have
said,
it, because I'll just listen.
did you
So-
get one, Scott? I have
I
one.
was gonna say, I have
Oh, yeah,
another one
I have
if you need
extras,
one.
yeah. So-
Okay.
Thank you.
So technically, if you start with the trial balance page, about halfway down the sheet, you come across the CPA fund balance reserve for expenditures. This is the total amount that was actually voted at the last few town meetings that we had with the 1,164,500. And the actual details for that is on the second page. You'll see that the amounts are broken out into two different ones. The top two, which is the CPA for administrative expenses and the CPA for budgeted reserve. Those were the amounts that were appropriated at town meeting that the CPA committee can use for this year's expenses. The administrative cost usually goes for the salary, and the budgeted reserve can be used at a town meeting for any expense that they so approve. If you look back on the other first page, and then underneath there where you'll see the amounts that were reserved for the different, for the purchase of the land and the basketball, tennis courts, the booth, bullet house, the artifacts imaging, and the bullet house. So those are all the different articles right now that are open on the town's books that have come out of the CPA funds. So if you go back to the first page, it shows CPA funds for open space, recreation. The dollar amount that's in there is the B1, which is the 38,000, ignore the negatives. The historical is the 4,007. The affordable housing is the B3 with 182. So those there are the three buckets that we usually try to put in 10% a year into, or more, but at least a minimum of 10%. Last year, our estimates were under the 10%, so at the next town meeting in the fiscal year 23 section of the town report, you're gonna see us transfer, or asked to transfer, 10,008 into the three categories to cover the shortfall from fiscal year 22. So with those 10,000 being added to each of those three accounts. Those funds, the 30,000 total and some change, will be coming out of what I have marked as the B4, which is the CPA fund balance. At the end of a fiscal year, I have to certify quote-unquote free cash for CPA funds to be available for funding sources. So at the end of June of last year, the 131,000 was available. Out of there, the 32,000 that has to go into the Bs 1, 2, and 3 has to come out of there. So that would leave them with an available amount of 98,000.
So this is moving the money, we didn't put enough on the 10%. So we're just moving money that was target toward the reserve balance?
Yep, so it's gonna be
Being-
coming out of the B4 and 10%. If you look on the bottom where it says B1 available open space, it says plus at the annual town meeting will be 10,005. So we'll be adding that to each of those categories, which I didn't write on your copies and I apologize, but that would bring up open space to like 49,000. Historical will have then 15,000 and affordable will have 193 available. So that's available as of right now.
Because you don't have all of your revenues in when you go to town meeting.
Correct, so the only thing that they can do is when they go to appropriate funding the sources that I'm showing you on these pieces of paper are money that's available as of right now. Any other money that gets appropriated at town meeting will be, just like we do at town meeting for the general budget, is we would be appropriating funds for money that's going to come in fiscal year 24. If that makes sense. So with that all being said, based on what I see as being on the town meeting warrant to be done, all funding sources are available. As of right now, I did permit is that we are still not able to even discuss any, of the reimbursement coming in from the land purchases that we are expecting, but we have not yet received. I just texted with Maddie and she sent me an email earlier that said they have not yet submitted it. So as of right now, we can't think about spending that because we haven't received it. But I also wanted to share,
Sorry, June, just a clarification. You said they have not yet submitted it?
they have not yet submitted the paperwork
So-
for the request for reimbursement.
Sorry, who they?
Conservation. They're waiting for final paperwork, I think, from Sudbury Valley is the way Maddie worded it. They're working on it, it just hasn't been finalized yet.
Now, even if we were to get it,
Yep.
we wouldn't be able to expend it
Yep, correct.
until after free cash is certified.
We actually know.
Okay, you got
So-
something new.
I do. If you look
Bless
on the
you.
second sheet, underneath C1 and C2. What I did was I looked to see where it was that we actually took funds from. So when the money, because I don't even know what the dollar amount is yet from the reimbursement possibility. So I'm just looking at it based on what we spent out and what can come back in. So all funds that we receive back from the reimbursement for the grant have to go to CPA funds first, because that's the law of CPA. So with that being said, we actually took out, the original $490,000 out of CPA fund balance. That was FY '22 money. So that means that is not available at this time, that has to wait until the end of the year closes for '23. The funds of the $48,466.7, that came out of the CPA open space bucket. So that would be available
It automatically goes back in there when
into the bucket,
into the bucket, because it came out of the bucket.
correct.
Okay.
And it goes back into the bucket when?
When we
We get the
actually
money.
physically get the money, not just because we're saying we're gonna get it, they have to wait till we physically have cash on hand before it's available to spend.
So no check in the mail?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep,
But the fact that it's immediately available and doesn't have to go through the free cash certification process is
That's a
good
big
news.
step.
so
Huge.
technically, if it comes in before town meeting, could you do something and have an article that is available? Yes, but if it's not, you have to pass over it because it's not even up for discussion.
Mhm.
Or come town meeting would also be, if we were to have another town meeting in between now and the next, well, it would have to be after June 30th.
Fall.
Yeah.
Fall.
So the other amount that was taken out was the 283,724.25, which came out of the budgeted reserve, which that too was also a fiscal year '22, and that would be general, go back into the CPA funds. And then we did take out an additional 17,809.05 out of open space, so that would go into the bucket. So the ones that have the little star next to them are the only ones that would be available after we receive physical money.
Mhm.
So how much money do they actually have to spend? That's the question.
Depends on what they're buying.
Right.
Because technically they have the 3 buckets, which can be spent on what the 3 buckets are listed as.
Yeah,
And then they have on the second page under budgeted reserves, they can use those funds. As well as the balance in B4 after we do the $32,000 transfer of 98. So there's the 98,750.53 as well as the 365,625.
Came out of
Is that right, Tim? Is that the way you were thinking, or no?
Yeah, I think we're in the same ballpark.
Yes.
So there's the buckets, and then there's also, up here on page 2, you have
Yes.
FY '23. That was,
That's the total amount that they are able to use this year, but
Got it.
only the 365, the
Right.
second line, is available for appropriation by them at a town meeting.
Does that cover everything you need?
More than enough.
Yeah.
So, and I'll update you. So, 5 articles, one simply to move the 10 plus from fiscal '22 into the appropriate buckets, so we catch up. The second article is the general one that deals with estimated revenue for the next fiscal year, which, you know, as we begin to anticipate what the state is gonna reimburse, it's gonna be significantly less. We've got 100% match the last 2 years, but we won't get that this time. So it might be prudent for us to lower those numbers.
Yes and no. If you leave it high, then you're just gonna put in more than the 10%, which you can do.
Right,
It's just you're taking it away from,
yeah.
so that's up to you.
And you know, one of the questions we discussed was whether you could have a figure that just, instead of a specific number for the 10%, you just said 10%. And I think I'll ask.
Yeah, no, you have to have a dollar
It's
amount.
gotta
so
be
you
that
try
amount.
that, yeah.
So, those 2 articles, then the fence, out of the Ag Commission for 45,000, that comes out of open space, which has got the 38
You'll have-
plus 10, so it's got 48. So if we
49.
pull 45 out of that, we're free and clear. The pavilion is 150, and that would come out of budgeted reserve, which has got the 365. So that essentially would leave us with a couple $100,000 in that one still. The third article, which was to acquire the parcel. Are you mumbling about?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to like follow you and write down.
The third article was the 72 Carter. The complexity of trying to buy the house and deal with it in a fashion that works for everybody seems beyond our reach. We thought that we could find a third party to help us, and the Assabet Regional Housing Consortium contracts with the Metro West Development Collaborative, and their bandwidth isn't such that working on the protection of one house makes sense for them. I mean, they've got a limited staff, and they just said, we're far better off investing our resources into the establishment of multiple units whenever we can. So at the CPA meeting last night, we backed away and said, the goal now is simply to deal with the current homeowner, ask if we can buy the open space independent of the house, break the piece off into 2 lots, and not buy the house at all. And there's been conversation with the realtor, and he believes that there's an equation that'll work for the family that owns the property, and that the town might very well be able to just buy that piece independently. So there wouldn't be any money taken out of CPA affordable housing. So we leave that intact at, over 190 or whatever. But that actually gives the newly created housing trust some funds to work with, and of course the housing partnership's got a significant amount of money that we've gotten through mitigation over the years. So both of those opportunities mean that the housing trust would be able to work with the collaborative and the consortium and all, and probably move forward. So I think the article that we're going to talk about now for the purchase is probably 125 instead of the 350
For the land.
for the land.
For the land.
That's the objective.
When will you be able to let me know?
Who knows? Who knows?
Well-
Sorry, Tim, the overall price for the
400.
was 400 even?
Yeah. Well, 395, I think. Something like that. 399, whatever. So,
So I have a drop dead date for you,
yeah.
April 11th.
Yeah, we'll have you by then. I mean, I would think by the early next week. Town council chimed in on the article, so, I mean, her biggest question was the need for an appraisal, and
Yes.
so I think we'd have to address that. The odd thing is that when you separate out that piece, which has no frontage as a result of separating it out, you begin to sort of say, well, what's the valuation gonna come in at for that piece without any frontage? But somehow I think they're gonna have to look at it as a whole unit and the potential of buying the house and the land and what the possibility would be for subdivision, which is, what we're talking to the engineer that did the initial subdivision plan back in '07. There was a plan then done for the creation of 3 lots, so, we'll look at that again and maybe have the appraiser look at it from that vantage point.
So the piece you're buying is landlocked, technically. I'm just asking the question. So how,
You'd
the
have to
whole,
get an
like,
easement across the,
who would we have to get the easement from?
we'd get it from the current owner. So that,
Prior to the sale?
yeah. I mean, that would be part of the deal.
Yeah, you definitely would want that in hand first.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Do you recall what the frontage is on Carter Street, Tim?
200.
Sorry?
200.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So the house has got 200, it
Yeah,
can stand free
yeah.
and clear.
Yeah. Yeah.
The proposal in '07 was to take the 200 feet of frontage, create a subdivision road, put the house that's there now, give it frontage on the new road, and then create 2 additional lots further up the hill. So it would have taken out the garage and then thrown a road in
Mhm.
right there across from Wheeler's garage. That was the strategy at that point. And, I mean, it's always a question of, well, are they viable lots? But our experience, and we talked about this last night at CPA, I mean, everybody knows there are lots in Berlin that we all said would never be developed and never perk, and there are big mansions on them now. So, I mean, I'm unwilling to gamble on that necessarily, so. So we're doing a lot of homework. We're talking to the realtor, we're talking to the engineers, and we have to deal with the appraisal issue. But if we got to the 11th, my God, that's weeks away. So.
I mean, if you didn't make me wait till the 11th, I'd be really happy.
Oh, yeah.
So Tim, since it's not going to be part of the affordable housing project, it will just be part of, it'll be owned by the town
Right.
and under management of the
Conservation,
conservation, and they'll take responsibility for any expenses in taking care of it. Or is it, or does it come under highway? I mean, when.
If you think about, I don't know, have we tried to calculate what our open space costs us on an annual basis? I don't know how.
Well, I mean, does it need, I'm asking, does it even need anything? Or is it
Right.
just a lot that, but what I would like is like when these projects come in, we just have it said what is
Well,
needed, because.
And I think that that's important, and there are some projects that we could certainly do that, and CPA is adding a line now that begins to say, what are your anticipated maintenance costs or, ongoing costs on an annual basis. I mean, if you've got a sidewalk at the pavilion, someone has to shovel it, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
If a piece of land is bought and it's idle, it's hard to project in my mind. And I think if there were costs,
Well, if it's gonna remain idle, then there probably isn't cost. It's just good to say that.
it is, but I think that in the long run, if there are improvements made to those, some of those improvements can be made with CPA money.
Yeah, and then we would ask, like if they put like an exercise trail,
Right.
then we would be asking who's
Right.
taking care of
Yeah.
that.
And that's
Yeah.
one of the objectives of CPA now, is to
Yeah.
try to get a handle on trying to predict,
Yeah.
so we can accurately forecast budgets for the town,
Mhm.
So that's the news.
Okay. You have any other questions on the numbers? This is what we're mostly looking for. We definitely got a good rundown on that.
Yeah,
Anybody-
thanks, June. Oh, you're great.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
But before you run away from CPA,
Yeah.
try to be forward thinking, and I've been hearing Julie talk about this. We do these lovely things with CPA monies. The CPA monies can't be used for the ongoing operational
Right.
expenses, right? So do we need to put something into the town operating budget and start to put something in a line? It's, who's gonna take care of the parking over at Horseshoe Pond? All of that. Do we need to do something a little different in our operating budget to fund these nice things we do with CPA? Once you get out of we built it, now you
Well,
guys take care of it.
Or any project that you do. So if you've got a
Yes,
formula
yes.
that you utilize,
Yes.
all right, already for any capital expense that's a structure, for instance, or improvements to the sidewalks in the center of town, if you've got a formula, then share that with us, and that we'd impose that on the projects that we work with.
A formula.
Well, I mean,
Right now, we don't.
I'm
That's
not
the
gonna
problem.
generate a formula, because I don't have the capacity.
No,
but
no, I
if
wasn't
there
even
is a
asking you,
formula-
Tim. I got a lot of people in the room here right now and saying,
Right. We're on
somewhere,
camera, so-
and we're on camera, we
Right.
need a new line, 114 or something, and do you run it over at the building budget, the highway, but, you know,
That
Yeah.
where do you
repair.
run that number to?
Right.
Because
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what it is, we're gonna have, the town will have ongoing expenses.
Right, and I think what I'm saying is that if you generate a formula, we'd utilize it in our projections for CPA
Oh, I see.
projects.
Yeah.
I see, I see.
I mean, I can try to do that, but I think if you're doing it in general for everything, which I would think you'd have to, because CPA is just a small piece of this maintenance issue, obviously.
Yeah.
So rather than our trying to generate that formula to help you with a figure that you can utilize for projections, you know, for the next 25 years, I mean, Civilian roof's gonna have to be replaced. When is that? You know, is it 40 years from now? And how do I formulate a strategy to project that cost? I don't know.
You know, it's funny, we're doing this right now at 19 Carter.
Yeah,
We're doing exactly this exercise.
well,
And it requires the technical review, what
You
is
know-
the thing, and when is the, you know, what's the life of a roof, all that sort of thing.
It
So-
seems like you look at the total expense of your asset, and then you assume that there's, Bob probably can help us with this
Oh.
faster than a lot of people, just because of his experience at Mechanics Hall. But, you know, you'd have to figure in some strategy to anticipate what those costs were gonna be for replacement of improvements, or, you know, whatever. So you have a certain amount of money on an annual basis. But it may very well be a very generalized figure based on past experience rather than specific to each project.
So Tim, am I hearing you, I'm hearing you say that you would put another warrant article in at the time that we were approving let's say it's an acquisition of open land, that you would put in the CPA group would put in another warrant article saying that we need to fund something?
No.
Nope,
I'm
you're not saying
I'd
that.
help you figure out what the cost would be. I'll participate in that discussion.
Okay.
But I think it's far more
I think the
significant than
biggest
just
problem
CPA.
that- Yeah, the problem that we're having is that a lot of people are doing projects but not thinking about what's gonna happen after you do the
Yeah.
project. Because, and I'm just using this as an example, but when we did this building, nobody was really thinking about, okay, now that we've got this building, what about electricity? What about fuel oil? What about general repairs? So it's that type of a thing where, and I think it's great that people have the energy and are doing all these wonderful projects. The problem is that what happens after it's done? Now what?
See, that's what I think what I'm kind of asking is
Yes.
once it's bought with the CPA funds, who has ownership of making sure it's still in existence?
The town.
But
For
see,
the
that-
yeah,
that's the problem, is
but
that
but
any
but when you
capital-
say it's the town, you still
Pool
don't
the
have
town.
you don't have a specific department that has ownership of it, and it seems. I mean, my observation, I've only lived here for a few years, is everybody likes it, but nobody is somebody else who takes care of it.
Well, that's
And-
why we tried to create the repair line item this year in the public buildings department, and I think that's the appropriate place for it to go. Once we kind of think about this a little more and figure out what
Yeah.
that percentage or formula should be. And I don't know if it's as simple as, do you take the original project price and say everything gets a 5%? I don't, you know, that's a
Yeah.
really dicey thing to do. Plus, some of it could come from capital free cash as well.
Yeah.
But there has to be a little bit for ongoing preventative maintenance that's built into that, and I think that public buildings line item is where it would.
Or ongoing expenses, and I think
Correct.
that's the
Yeah.
problem, is that we're not looking at it as a ongoing project, we're just looking at it as a one-time. Because CPA funds, again, and I keep saying this, but it's a funding source, is pretty much what it is. It's just a different funding source. They're not necessarily there to keep track of it after the fact. So it's just a funding source, and they're doing their due diligence as far as the weeding out of all the questions and the issues and the things. But unfortunately, I think where we lack is going forward, where every time we get a new piece of equipment or a building or anything, there's always additional costs, whether it be, is it disposable? Is it just gonna be torn down in 10 years? Or are we gonna keep it and we have to do whatever it is? It's a matter of where we're gonna put that, and the people who are in charge of it, whether it be highway or rec or whoever it is, they have to know that this is now their responsibility so they can budget accordingly.
Mhm.
And I think that's where we're lacking, when, even with regular capital too.
Yeah. And it's all, I will tell you, even if you come up with a funding plan, like one of the things we were trying to do was actually literally just create a special article for that purpose, operating, maintenance, what have you. You really have to set it aside, because if it gets put in individual budgets, sometimes it's one of the first things that gets cut, or it gets lost, or it gets absorbed into some other expense.
Yeah.
And this is an age-old problem in
Yeah.
so many cities and towns.
Mhm.
When you don't have a budget that increases by more than 2.5%, how do you keep up with those escalating costs?
So we can certainly
Mhm.
inform whoever makes a proposal to us that it's expected that they try to work with whomever to generate some estimate as to what the maintenance
that would
costs
be-
on an annual basis are gonna be, if it's really gonna be that
Yeah.
serious, or, you know, replacement costs and stuff like that, so you can be
But
informed.
even things like if they do a new put in like playground equipment, and it turns out that you're required by the state to have a safety inspection every year, like just knowing, and it's just more to have this at the time you're doing the project, because once it's done, it gets lost.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
Yep. No, as your assets increase, your costs do, so, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're, in our case, I mean, if it's open space, I think our notion is that the estimates are, I mean, in a lot
Yeah.
of cases, open space might very well generate some money if
Yeah.
there's forestry
Not when you
plans.
think about we're losing tax dollars because of the open space.
That's
I
it.
know you don't wanna hear that, but
But-
we have this huge increase in tax, and open space, we don't tax the land. I'm just saying, I've been approached and that was what they asked me. I'm loving open space, don't get me
No,
wrong.
and I think
but-
that argument is always interesting, because if you look at the costs of open space, farmland and all those things, and their demand on services and communities, it costs less than what they generate. So, you know, they're not costing you. And when you build houses, although less so now than it used to be, residential units cost communities, and that's why we shifted as best we could to generate more on the commercial side, which is double-edged sword, because now we're finding ourselves with that decrease, but we lived off of that for 25
Yeah,
years
no,
and
I know.
accomplished significant objectives. So, you know, the goal now is to look at places like Solomon Pond and try to figure out how to rejuvenate that facility, and that's why the planning board's working with the current owners to say, talk to us, give us the proactive approach that the town needs to take to give you new life and generate more value, so we can up your taxes again, so.
Are they talking mass development at all, do you know?
I don't know if
That's
they
an idea
are.
I've had, like a summer project.
Huh.
Can we link up with mass development? They may be able to help
Yeah,
with some redevelopment ideas.
because, I mean, they're talking to us about housing and, you know,
Does
Medical
Reliant Medical need any
facilities
more
and, you know,
locations? Yeah.
yeah.
Like what they did at the Auburn Mall. Genius.
All right, let's get back to the, I think we gotta get back to the budget. So I think we covered everything in CPA we need.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe, that's great.
That was helpful.
Finally have figured it out.
He's happy, that's all we care about,
The,
right?
the 10 out of one pocket to put in another pocket, I still don't understand that part. No.
Go right to
Sugar
the
on
camera.
that side of the table. I brought sugar. I figured we'd be here for a while.
I like
I do not need any.
yes, yeah,
Yeah?
good.
All right. You could have brought healthy snacks.
That's so funny.
I have
Alright.
healthy snacks.
All right, let's get back to the topic of special education, district costs.
There you go. Take candy on your way back.
Oh, I went to
Feed that part of the table.
Cookies
There
or
it goes.
something.
So on 3.9, we had from BMS an assessment at that time of 4,746, 479.
Let me go back to that.
Is yes.
I kept like, because there were like original, so,
Sorry, Scott, which one are you on?
So-
Which is this?
yeah.
Exciting from this. This is from the email from when we learned about the 4 new students at BMS.
Right.
Oh,
I've
okay,
kinda
okay.
tracked how the
And-
numbers have evolved
Yes.
over
Okay.
time.
So what I'm trying to do is, decipher what the general number is that's out of district. Basically, other than the last budget, which added some across the district, and we don't know exactly what that means by across it. Well, we're assuming across the district being across all 3 schools. That we have that one employee. Otherwise, the increase from that time is exclusively, as far as we can tell, is out of district special education expenses from what our original budget was that were received back on March 6th. In March 6th assessment, right here, for Berlin was 4,106,075, which was an increase of exactly 640,404. I don't know why I had a number of 587 the previous time, but then I was working off even an earlier budget number.
One more time, that number from the,
So the increase that we had received at that time was 640,404. This was the out-district special education that just came up less than 2 weeks ago. And then we were working off of the Tohoto number, no, not Tohoto number, sorry, BMS number. That was targeting a special education increase. Now this, at that time, it was 227,000 of the increase was special education. Of course, some of that number was based on, I don't know how you necessarily put it under special education, 15,000 for the retirement of a special education teacher, part of their contract agreement. I don't know if I'd exactly say it was special education there, but otherwise it was increasing it was the transportation, the out-of-district student placements, the 14% projected increase for all out-of-district tuitions, and an additional bus monitor. And from that, got too many different things here. Let's see, we were provided that, trying to find where my number was, and Nancy had given me what the out-of-district transportation cost was, and the cost from the out-of-district students. Was that breakdown? Either way, I mean, it broke down to, if you took 227,000, subtracted the 15,000 from the contractual agreement from a retirement in the special education department, you're still looking at about 212,000 is special education related to the transportation, out-of-district placements, and they also had the additional bus monitor in there. So from there, you're looking at about 852,404 is specifically in the category of special education out-of-district on the BMS side.
What was that number again?
852,404.
Scott, you're reading from the preliminary budget we got February 8th.
I know that, but that was the break. I know those, but those numbers were the initial ones, and then they still had kept those the same, and then they increased the ones on the latest on the March 6th. So
Yeah.
the tough part is trying to break down all the numbers as they keep changing, and things are not static within there. It's not just changing for one thing; it's changing for multiple items. But either way, I mean, that's the general number you're looking at, you're looking at like 850,000 or so, give or take a few, is specifically from special education out of district related expense. And right now in the budget you had there, we have BMS at, what was the increase on that one? Showing just only a 3 point something. What was the?
So if we did just a 3.4%, if we fully funded Tohoto at 9.2%, then we would be able to do a 3.4 for BMS, which would leave us with a deficit of 937,417 based on the final voted numbers.
And if you go to, now of course we had a little bit of difference too between what Boylston used for their Tohoto number. We're not using the same Tohoto number as
that number was
original number.
That it's not off by a
But
ton.
it's like 7,328 our portion of that.
Correct. So they're most likely using that number if they're using the old number, 3206, instead of 3213.
Okay, and if we look at the capital or cash that you had, which the
Free cash.
yeah, free cash that's showing. So this would be with the assumption you put into, if you put into capital stabilization, 307,000, going
And
by the rest
general.
of the.
Right. And we don't spend the amount we're not supposed to spend. We still have 718,321 left over that we can do something with.
Right. And also, I mean, again, or the general stabilization should, what,
No, I put
which
it
one
into
is it? The
general.
capital, which is the stabilization number, capital stabilization,
They're both 10% recommended. And then also OPEB once established as a 10% recommended, but that's not in there since it's not ready yet.
And the DOR stand is 4 to 5% of your total operating budget you want in.
General stabilization.
Well, no, you want that in the free cash.
Oh, yeah, so, right, you want
So
to
if you look at whatever our budget, that balance at the bottom needs to be 4 or 5% of whatever our budget is.
Nope, actually, the do
No?
not spend needs to be this number. So this is your number that you roll over from year to year. It's 25%.
Is that on our guidelines?
Yep.
Well, I think they were driven by that 4 or 5%.
I can pull up the, hold on. Because I broke it down on another sheet that's a little bit easier to see.
You said 4 to 5%?
That's,
Yeah.
yes.
That's the only reason I don't want to touch stabilization if we don't have to, because it can hurt our bond rating.
What's the
You might
total
wanna change
budget?
your screen.
Is it more or is it less than that, 25%?
Here we go.
now this wouldn't be touching the actual stabilization funds that are there, it would be touching the funds that we would be looking to put into it.
Right. Although, yeah, so one of the things Scott Hawkins has said is don't put it in this year and use that money. I guess I'm arguing that we should put it in because we still have 718 we can touch. So if you look at the way that your free cash guideline is broken out here, is not more than 150 going to articles. We have proposed 51,000, which is the free cash, replenishing the reserve fund and the $1,000 of prior year bills. Capital up to 30%, which is this 923,186 number. Not less than 10 in stabilization. OPEB is a no right now, and general stabilization 10%. And then you need not less than 25% set aside for next year's free cash base. So when you do all of that, if you were to have done OPEB, you would still have 311,592 left. Conservatively, I like that number better because I would technically argue you don't, even though you're not funding OPEB, you don't really want to touch that funding because you want to leave it if you're going to potentially fund it in the future. So what you really have to, if you will, play with or figure out what you want to do with is 311. You can either, and that's typically funding you would either add to capital, you put in capital stabilization, you would put in special articles, or you put in general stabilization. So I guess my argument to you is after you look at all of the buckets and you're putting everything where it quote unquote belongs. And it's funny because what did you say earlier, 300,000? We're kind of in the same ballpark there.
Right. Well, and unfortunately, I was saying we minimum of 300,000.
Well, and you, I mean,
so if you go back to the other numbers, going back to the budget, when you put it at Tohoto at fully funded there,
Yep.
what is the overall? What are we at on the levy property tax
Free
levy?
cash.
2.5.
Free cash.
It's still at two.
Still at 2.5.
Actually, because we
Yeah.
balanced it with BMS.
Correct.
And now I know we were discussing earlier is
But yeah, you
like
have that problem. You're now
No.
only funding 3.4% of the increase that is a 29.4% increase.
what would the BMS number be if the levy went to 4%? So from 2.5 to 4.
Let me show you. So if I take us, so you can see in the formula bar, that's at 1.025. If I take us to 4, that gives us another 197,374. That's my little check number right there.
So that's extra 1.5 points. It's just a smidge
Just
less
shy
than
of 200 grand.
200,000.
Yep. No. And you'll see that same, I have another check down there to make sure that's correct as well. So in order, that's how I came up with the 9.7, because you've got a deficit of 937,417. So to actually, if you wanted to cover the entire requested increase out of taxation, there you are.
What's that percentage?
Oops, hold on. 9.7. It's actually like 9.6, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
Because you've got 10 grand off there, but close enough. So 9.7 will get you another $947,000. And you need 937. So unfortunately, the 4% that Boylston talked about is not gonna get us there. But it gets us closer if you add the free cash in.
Right. I mean, if you went with a 300,000 free cash number for a specific, just for all district special education, and you went with a 4% number, it gives us, well, we get close to almost 500,000, but you're still short by $437,000 on this. Which, I mean, there is still the number of, again, about what they will get in reimbursement. I mean, I'm talking about when I've been discussing reimbursement, I don't even want to know.
No, I just wanna understand what was just said. I need to go back over this, there's a lot of numbers, it's going
Hold
too
on.
fast, way too fast.
Sorry.
So, no, stay where you were, Kristen, please. I'm gonna get seasick, you know. Stay, wherever you
And
were
you're not
that
even on a
had,
cruise, so it's
No.
not fun.
I mean, there is food here, but,
Yeah.
the dollar deficit that we would have, if we were gonna meet that dollar deficit, I wanted to get that number. That's where you get to the
The
9.7%.
dollar deficit is here, so.
It's
just in-
937,417, that's the spread.
Correct.
With going where we're allocating money to with only a 2.5% levy increase.
Correct. So to meet that deficit, instead of taxing at the normal 2.5% increase, you'd have to tax at 9.7%. So almost a 10% increase on the average, on everybody's tax bill. On the residential and commercial, but it's a split, so, yeah.
Yeah, give or take.
It'll be-
Yeah.
But you can't.
We're talking about
Estimates
people
only.
moving out of town here.
No, you're talking about people lining up at the new tax collector's door on a payment plan.
And
With a shotgun.
possibly stringing me up on the comment, but other than that,
So that's what we're trying to get to here. So,
We'll be with you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
And I just really want to focus on Kristen's projection, because I keep getting lost in I gotta be looking at the numbers, and could we take the screen down a little bit to see what,
Yes.
yeah, there you go, perfect,
Let me
okay.
just hold on, let me just undo this.
Don't look
I know, look away,
Just
look away for one
Mary.
second.
Mary, want some chocolate?
Maybe one of those
Distractor,
lollipops.
distractor, okay, there,
I
now
think
we're
the
back
lollipop
now.
Lollipop.
Didn't I see like
We're
a
back now.
lifesaver or something?
No,
Just the outside
Okay.
of the lollipop.
We
Yeah,
are
we got
reset back to
a
balance.
different collection, I brought some different flavors.
Oh, do you want to do the apples and sour?
Let me get it. It's my hip is killing me.
you're taking a break here?
I know, I'm getting ready. What are you getting? Something?
Remember,
Sure.
there you go.
Food break?
Yes, apparently.
Sugar break?
Sugar break.
Oh, do you have one of those
Do you need a blow
green
pop?
apples?
Right here. There's a bunch of them.
I ate 2 of those last week.
Well, here, take one for the ride home. Do you want one for Jonathan?
Sure.
What kind?
What else you got?
Well, we got grape,
Oh, let's do
cherry.
grapes.
You want grape?
That's good. We'll take that one for her. Did I take your only grape?
No,
Oh,
I stole
okay.
these out of her
Oh,
bag.
all
She's
right.
not home, so I'm fine.
So when she yells at you later,
Hey, I
tell her.
found that other one too.
Did you? It was in your pocket?
Yeah, she didn't, she said I could have it.
Shocking.
So, all right, so the budget is reset back to 0. Balance meaning, with 2.5% as our increase.
Okay, right, all right, so so it's a balanced budget,
Correct.
and we're still gonna increase taxes 2.5% because we need to
Correct, to cover
cover
our
what's
expenses.
our expenses.
And when you increase the budget by the normal 2.5%, which is driven by Proposition 2.5, so that's what everybody's used to. Yes, we can do more here, as we all know, because we have excess levy, but that comes at a cost to the taxpayers. So we stick with 2.5% for the moment. At that 2.5%, if we fully fund Tohoto and we give everything that's left over to Berlin Memorial, we are still short $937,417 for Berlin Memorial because
They wanted 29.
it's a 29.4% increase for Berlin Memorial for FY24 over FY23. So whereas Tohonto's only a 9%, so
Hopefully that's in there now.
again, my thinking, was, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, but do we eliminate one side of the problem and focus on the other rather than splitting our problem? But then as Chris pointed out at the meeting the other night, that's a little unfair to not to do it that, so I see both sides of it.
Yeah.
The only reason it's a good thing to do your Berlin share at Tohoto is because then, should Boylston, come up with the amount of money and Berlin doesn't, then you have to cut Berlin's, but you also have to cut Boylston's
Right.
share.
Yes.
But it's still, it doesn't seem fair. Maybe it's, you do equal dollar amounts or something rather than percentages or,
So Kristen, when we had a balance,
or do it per pupil.
we were about 5% for both schools, right? When we had a balance?
We were, and I'll tell you, I tried to balance it again the other night. Now that the BMS number went down, we can go as high as 6% now, actually.
The BMS number went down. I'm lost again.
Okay.
Whenever anybody says something, I've got to see it, what we're
I
talking
like
about.
that too sometimes.
This is what the
How-
BMS number was with the new students. This was the number that we thought the school committee was going to vote on. What they've actually voted on this number, which is a lower number, so yay, happy about that, I'll take it all day long. So that actually enabled us to go, if you want, to.
Kristen, you've lost me.
I've lost you.
Go
okay.
slowly.
Point to the screen.
Okay, so here,
Go slowly.
look at this column. I've been tracking how the budget has changed over time through the school budget. So originally, they came before us with 2 types of budgets. There was a below level services that we ended up nixing, and then there was a level services budget. Okay, that was one of the iterations that we had close to the beginning. Then we had this budget that came in because we had the new students that came on board with the additional special education needs. So that pushed the number up to that 4.7 million. And that created the $968,000 deficit, which would have resulted in that 10% tax increase. So that's the number that we've kind of been going off of and talking about, which is why we were at
Okay.
5%. What actually, when I got the PowerPoint from Nancy for, oh, this is really dangerous.
Is that Amy's stick? Is that the COVID
I'm
stick?
kind of scared. I might like break it.
Another one.
So
Don't break it.
I know, right? Once we got, I'm so afraid. Once we got the numbers from the budget on Saturday, this is what was actually voted on. So I think because the governor's numbers had come in, there was an adjustment that was made. So it did adjust down for Berlin Memorial. It adjusted up by about $7,000 for Tohoto. And that's that extra add in, I assume, some of the positions that we talked about earlier. Okay? Are you with
So
me
we
so far?
started at 39,
Mm-hmm.
went up to 41,
Mm-hmm.
went up to 47.
Well, these were, I'm sorry, I said original and second. These were options.
Okay,
Yeah, so I should say option 1 and option 2. That's a
The-
little
the
confusing.
level and the below.
The challenge, Peg, is to figure out which walnut shell has the peak. Because we have the level service, and we have the below level service, and we have this option, and we have that option. So, could we find the peak, please?
Well, even going starting point, those aren't, we actually had 3 options. When they first came to
Oh,
us.
yes, there was the
There was just
above
the
level.
2 options,
Yes.
But I
was
just
above
didn't put
level.
it in there.
There's the above, and one thing, when I get, I hate the term level because it is,
It's not level.
right, it's level plus
Special ed.
special education mandates. So those are important piece to keep in there. And so we originally had significantly adding additional staffing and
But
other type of
You
things.
can argue our level because you're not actually increasing your overall services. You're specifically increasing targeted services.
Right, there is a
that you
specific
have to
targeted,
increase.
but
Right.
but because people use the terminology level, I know
Not
you know,
level funded,
right,
level services.
exactly,
Yeah.
right, and it's not. People are getting different things in their head about what that means. So right, and these are the numbers they came at the March. Well, actually, it wasn't March; it was February.
February 8 was,
When did we meet with?
Actually, December we saw
It was
them.
February 27th when we
Right.
met in combination
Yes,
with
this
the
was February.
Boylston Finance Committee.
no, that was March
Oh.
6th. March 6th was the joint FinCom.
Oh, that was March 6th.
Yeah,
Okay,
we and our select
first
board
one
and
was-
school committee met on Zoom.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Was
it
that
March.
February 28th?
No, it was December 14th.
Yeah, it was correct.
Oh, that's when they came here, but there was a
Yeah,
select
We-
board meeting
that was
that.
the 6th. It was a Monday night because
Oh, the
We all
Monday
went
night,
to
oh,
it.
yeah.
This
we
is
went
the
to it and then
important
left to go to our meeting at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I was confused by it because February
Oh, you were at the meeting in
27th is we
Boylston?
met
On Zoom.
Oh, on Zoom.
with
Yeah, we
our
were on
select
Zoom.
board.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't have the exact dates because
Right,
there were a
right.
number, but basically in February, what we were looking at, and I just bolded the ones that really matter. So what we were looking at was 4.1 for BMS, and we were doing an even, I think it was either 6 or 7% increase for BMS and Tohoto, and we had a deficit of 444,000, which we could have met with a 6% tax increase. Okay? Then the new students came in, which bumped us up to from 4.1 to 4.7. So that increased that deficit by that difference, basically. And that now resulted in a 10% tax increase needed to meet that deficit, should we choose to do it that way.
In the first options
Yeah.
in February, were there, I don't remember, were there new out-of-district students?
Yes, it was listed
Yeah, one,
as
I
being,
think.
We
no,
had-
they listed as
We had
saying.
one in Berlin Memorial.
No, at BMS it said 2 New Isle District students.
Okay, I thought so, yeah.
Oh, the early papers.
Yes. That was the only place where they detailed that.
Right. And this, just to make
no,
it
it's in
clear
the-
that option 2 included budget cuts, that's when they came forward. This was more of like a 9% increase across the board, and I believe that was where they were cutting. Is that the 11
11
teacher
teachers.
numbers that
Yes.
came from that
Well,
one?
they just said 11 people.
Staff,
We
11
that's it,
staff.
less of staff.
FTEs.
It was not
FTEs,
even,
full-time
well, no,
equivalent.
it didn't even say full-time equivalent on that fee. It just said 11 positions. So those could have been 5, half, I have no idea.
Here it
It's
is.
just 11
Reduction in
positions.
force, 11 positions across the district, including teachers in bold red and support staff in regular black.
Right. Nothing detailed, any of
No
that.
details.
So we don't know if it's 11 full-time, but either way,
So I kind
those
of-
were the type of
kind
budgets.
of cast that one
Right.
aside. To really be level, because that was below level. So to be level services, initially, we were at about a little under a $500,000 deficit. Then, when the new students came in, that jumped us to closer to $1 million deficit. And then finally, we settled in at this 937,417 number as our ultimate and final deficit based on the final budget vote taken Saturday.
So Scott, we did get the pupils.
Yes.
History of placement, here's Berlin. Fiscal '22, we had 6. Fiscal '23, we had 9. And
Which page are you on,
projected
Mary?
fiscal, I'm
Oh,
on
that one?
page 9 of the March 6 PowerPoint.
Oh, that's not-
Page 9, one more down.
No,
Nope.
we're not on the same PowerPoint.
No, you must be in
I'm on the latest and greatest.
okay, from the 18th. Well, this is,
There we go. Found it.
yeah. So you
This
see
is
the
the
number of
final one.
students. Yeah, the number of students. Now that, so, well, this has changed. So fiscal, no surprise. Fiscal '22, 6 is consistent with the previous presentation.
Well, those are all actual, so they better be consistent. It's the projected
So the
numbers that are-
projected was 9 on March 6, and it went to 10 on March 18.
Now
And,
it's 8.
and then it was projected, fiscal '24 was projected to be 10, so one added student.
Oh, that's Boylston.
Yeah,
I'm
stay in the
wrong
red,
spot. I'm
yeah.
So you're off by
So
one.
there you
These are
have you have the 4
These are
new
the in-house
students.
Students, though.
But see, you can see there, see
Right.
the percent increase in fiscal '22, that's why I keep going back to the understated revenue right there. Because
Oh, I
that's
see
the,
what you're
that's the
saying,
year that
because
you
you had
need.
127% in 22 with 9, with 6, and then now you're
Yeah.
up 49%.
That's the
Yeah.
circuit breaker money circuit breaker money I want to see is right there. And we're not seeing that. But anyway, there's your number, Scott.
Yeah.
That's what we were, there wasn't,
Yeah, I mean, the dollar amount on projected FY '23 remained the same. The number of students changed on that, went from 9 to 10. But I mean, one of the things, I mean, it's difficult to, I think one of the hard things to say is that both schools have to be treated exactly the same at the moment, because there's clearly, from a special education out district, there's a crisis beyond crisis at BMS, to compare that to Honto, right? So what's going on at BMS is something that's off the charts, really. I don't think anything I've ever seen previously, and even the years before when I was on the finance committee. So what, I mean, I would like to try and see is if we could come up with some scenario where we can, I think, I mean, some level, the 2.5% overall levy does not seem to be it's not a realistic number. Because, I mean, when you leave a $947,000 deficit, it's just way too big of a percentage, right? So where can we find maybe some type of balance between the levy is going to have to go up to more than the 2.5%. What is that number do we go to? And what can we fund it through free cash to hopefully offset to part of the getting rid of the spike into the levy, and also as that free cash is more of a backup, so they get more special education, more circuit breaker money than what their numbers are projecting. They've got that additional money to use before they start tapping into and just taking everything that's put into a special article for it.
All right. Well,
Have you looked into this payback or whatnot from the schools if we front
Well-
an amount of money?
See,
No, I'm talking about what you just mentioned.
yeah, that's what.
Because I don't think it's gonna be anything that's legal.
we wouldn't
Well,
front
no,
it. We do an article. So
Right.
we do a special article just like you would for like a fire truck or a capital project. They would have to invoice us for those costs. So, and I would recommend it would be an article under the control of the FinCom. So they would come to the FinCom, show their expenses and say, okay, well, these are our revenues, these are our expenses. They don't quite match up, so we need to tap into that fund. And then they would bill us, much like vocational, I'm used to vocational
Mhm.
tuition, doing that in a school
Yeah.
district as opposed to, a school department as opposed to a district. So it would actually just be an invoice like any other vendor would invoice us.
So
So
Kristen,
that
would you,
doesn't get put to them, we keep it.
would we sunset that article for the 1 year?
You can, sure.
Or do you
Well-
hold it over until
Or-
the following year when this may happen again?
Well, what I think one of the things that Chris was asking for is, I don't think we don't seem to have a mechanism of saying, say these kids that are coming in just suddenly also disappear just as fast, they move out of town, and they're not there in the next year, and of course, we're getting our reimbursement the following year. Instead of looking and saying that you're putting the money back into this pot, that really what's basically being used is to stabilize a spike in the overall levy increase. You don't know exactly when the valley's gonna come, right? It could be the next year or the year
Are there
after.
really peaks and valleys, or is it random?
It's random,
Yeah.
but that's why it is. But those
Right.
are peaks and valleys. That's why it's random. Maybe
Because
it's
I've
just
never seen
it's
a
Yeah.
you see the slide that showed the numbers
Nothing
with
like
these
1 to
special.
10,
Yeah. So
I was looking for
you'd be
that
looking.
article.
It requires, watching what is received in circuit breaker money and what they apply to that circuit breaker money, so that can come off the assessment that they would need to. You'd want them to push them to have that revenue putting into the budget when maybe they don't have that special education need, but they have the circuit breaker fund there.
Right.
That they then expend that money into the regular part of their budget now that the
I'm
students have
assuming you
left.
can do that, or is it
You'd only be
just
able-
What?
year by year?
You'd only be able to do that though on Pearl Memorial, because we couldn't do it on the region because that would be,
Two towns?
it's a region.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the only concern would be is if we, for me, using free cash to help offset it, anything that's permanent really should be taxed, because otherwise we're gonna have to use free cash every single year going forward from here,
Mhm.
or eventually someday hit taxes. So it's almost one of those where unless it's a definite, it's not gonna happen next year, cause we don't know if we're gonna have the free cash next year to offset it, you know what I mean?
We're
It just,
we're certainly
And
not
that-
gonna have
that's
the
a
free cash flow
concern.
this
that
year.
really bothers me, cause
That's
that
a
was one
concern.
thing that can get us
Yep.
into a lot of trouble,
Yep.
because
Yep.
then what if it goes up again the same percentages next year because of special ed?
I mean,
And
at
now
least
what?
we'll
At
get
least
the
they'll have the
reimbursement from what the
reimbursement.
rates were this
Yeah.
year.
Do they ever give you, like, I
It's
know we've
75.
asked this question, but do they ever give you the actual circuit breaker money? Like, do we know exactly
They're
how much they
supposed
got
to.
Yes.
last?
Go back
So
here, go
Janet,
back,
Janet,
go
I
back.
was
Yes, we
looking
have those
at, I was
numbers.
looking at town reports from 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was making notes, and we have very detailed
Yes.
school expenses given to us and revenues, very detailed. We haven't seen any of that this
That's-
year.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
I mean, I could pull one out and show you.
No,
I mean, it's just,
I remember
it,
them.
it's
Your
mind blowing, because
FY22
I wanted a
revenues.
reality check to see,
But
is this
you-
really different? This is
that's
different.
Actually,
You used to
what
be able
they
to
got
ask
in
for a
certain
line
rate
item
money.
budget.
Yes.
It was
Revenue,
printed
right?
in our town
Yes, revenue
reports
is what they
by the
receive.
schools.
Line
Expense is
by
what they
line
put to the
line.
budget.
Yeah.
So for 22, their revenue would have been based on whatever their numbers were for 21. So it was just under 300,000. So I do understand what Scott and Mary are saying about the forecasting, because if you look at what their FY 23 budget was for Berlin Elementary for special ed, and you look at 75% of that minus the first 57,000 that you have to pay, I still think you could estimate revenue at higher than $300,000. And we did ask that, and Nancy did say she had brought that up with the school committee, but that was a number they were not comfortable adjusting.
Yeah, this is a committee
it's
decision.
less than
This is not the
last year,
district,
and
this
you
is
would
the
think they would
committee,
be
this is the
getting
school
more.
committee right here.
Yeah, I think so. I
And,
think they had
and,
to vote
you know,
on it.
we in the town use that projected revenue from the Commonwealth, and so does Assabet. So this is abnormal.
I think
And
the
it's,
problem-
and it's very troubling, we trying to make these decisions about what we're gonna ask our residential taxpayers to do. And I'm not at all comfortable asking people in this town to pick up this gap, because
Especially
I'm not
with the
sure the gap
confidence
is
level in
real.
the numbers.
I'm not sure the gap is real, number one.
And
And
this
then,
is just out of district, by the way, on this slide. This doesn't show the full picture of special education, so we're trying to kind of piece it together from partial information, which is a bit challenging.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's unnecessary. This is completely unnecessary. You know, we're looking at what is, I'm gonna try to be kind and say is just people that are novices in this process. Or perhaps don't care about what the process is that's used to arrive at public budgets. But, you know, that is very important to me, the process.
There's a lot of towns too who don't go into the detail. The people who are on committees don't want all the details because they don't understand it. And this committee, I think, really does want the details. I want the details.
You're talking about this finance committee?
Yeah,
I-
finance
and
committee.
I-
And I, you
But
know,
we've gotten the
I think in
details
Berlin,
the
we all
past,
want the
so that's what
details.
we're used to.
Well, we've gotten the details in the past, it can be done, and the number, you know, and the numbers add up and they're consistent as you negotiate over preparations for the budget. The numbers don't move around unless the circumstances really change. So like the 4 new students, that's a changed circumstance, but I keep going back to, that's precisely the present year emergency funding that the state has the monies designated for. That's precisely the situation. 25% increase over the previous year. And I can't see why the town should be assessed that. So when I listen to you, Scott, it's very creative and you're trying really hard to hit a middle ground with this. But my view is, number one, those new special ed costs that we're looking at for Berlin Memorial, number one, need to come from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, full stop. Secondly, if we, the town, are going to pick up and try to help with that situation, I kind of like that warrant article. I really don't like going to free cash at all, because
You're gonna need it one day.
we already know we're going to need it, and Scott, you've said it. Look, we're going to have to put a roof on
Well, I
Berlin
mean,
Memorial,
that's-
right? So we're going to have to go, or we're going to have to borrow money. None of that stuff's good, and I would do it if I felt that we were really getting a clear picture and something in the school, and it was a clear emergency. I don't see anything that looks like an emergency. Okay. Across the state, we have special education, that 14% out of district tuition, and I think the state needs to pick that up, and I think the state will.
That's in the budget for them to pick
It's
up the 14%.
Yeah, I mean it, and
In Governor Healy's budget.
yeah, and over the last 6 years, the highest percent increase that we've had to the Berlin Memorial budget was 8.4%, and we're looking at a 29% here. Something's wrong. And based on the PowerPoints that we've gotten and the conversations we've had, I can't determine what's wrong. with what the school committee is asking us. There's something that doesn't come together for me.
I think it's just the numbers.
It's the numbers. The numbers don't work.
So what type of ideas do you have for, what number to target and how to target that particular number?
Well, I would go back to our balanced budget, and we were looking at if the schools were around 5%, that we would be okay with our 2.5% tax increase. We'd be okay with our funds. And I want to remind everybody that the rest, schools, this school budget's half our budget. The rest of the budget we have through COVID, all those town departments, people turn money back in. That's why we have free cash. Okay? Everybody else tightened their belt. And our schools are terrific. You remember, Julie, that the statistic I quoted? My source, schooldigger.com, they rate schools in Massachusetts. We come in, our regional district comes in number 57 out of 354 districts. So we're in the top quarter. You know what our spend is? It's down in the lower third. So that the amount we spend doesn't necessarily come out to positive education results, okay? And we've got to keep that in mind. But I was very impressed. I didn't think Berlin would be above the 50% point, and we are.
Mm-hmm.
And we're doing okay. So what's this school committee budget? What? And special ed, separate problem, but I'm looking to the state. I don't see why the town should be assessed, and we certainly don't want to tax our residential taxpayers at 9 point whatever it is %.
You can't.
You can't do
9.7,
that.
You can't.
You cannot do that. It'll destroy the character of the town. And I don't think, but the real issue is I don't think we need it. I think our kids are getting a good education. I think we're doing well in our schools. And okay, so the doors are cracking and all that, but capital planning and finance committee are supporting the taking of the free cash that our town departments in part turn back in from their budgets and using that in the school capital needs. And then we got to look forward to that $1 million roof that we're going to have to put on. So we got to leave, free cash we're going to need that. We're going to need, that's why it's not a good option. The only way, Scott, that I do like what Nancy brought up when you said about the Warren article, but boy, I don't know. There's a lot of questions around that.
And this is the warrant article, just so, in case you're interested, this was on the Sutton warrant, Article 11.
Yeah.
It's basically a special article under the control of the town to fund the school department's cost of special education out of district placements.
Yeah.
There's obviously not a lot of detail, here with it, because it's just the articles, but.
But would you anticipate, Kristen, there would be a dollar amount on that? Up to a certain amount? Or?
Oh, we'd have to put a
Yeah, there
dollar
would be a
amount on
dollar.
it.
And is that something that
Just be pulling the yard.
we talk about now or not? I mean, what
Yes,
would you do
that's
with that?
exactly what we were
That's
talking
the
about.
300,000 that if you look at this,
We don't put away for savings, we spend it.
it's a big.
It has
It's
to
a
come out of free
sacrifice
cash.
to-
The warrant
to-
does too.
Right, because normally you would either roll that over to the next year so that you have free cash to fund. Because what's going to happen is if you use everything the way this plan is mapped out, you're only rolling over $769 in free cash plus whatever the departments turn back in FY23. So your free cash is going to be small for FY24.
That's what
So
concerns
forget
me.
funding capital.
That's what concerns
Forget
me.
everything else next year. That's what concerns me, and I'm with you, Mary. That's why
Well,
I
actually,
get what Scott's saying about not putting in stabilization if you're going to do a warrant article for the schools, because the more you dip into that funding, the less you have for next year, and you're really shooting yourself in the foot down the line.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to affect our bond rating. And what did we figure out? Did we figure out that percentage, the 4 or 5% where we're at?
It was 3 to 5, right? No, sorry.
It's
Yeah,
3
I
to
was
5,
trying
I
to
think.
figure out, because I think like if you did
Of our budget?
5% of 16, it's
Yep.
like 800, and we have 1.4 in stabilization.
Okay,
So we're okay now, but again,
okay. But
if this is
that's
only
gonna
a
go up every
temporary
year.
thing, that's okay, but if not, we may have to dip into stabilization fund with the hope that it's gonna level out. And if not, we have to hit the taxpayers next year to level fund, seriously level fund this
Right.
next year.
To-
That's the only thing that,
Two-thirds vote.
Right. Well, and to some
if it's
extent.
temporary, but if it's not.
Right, and to some extent, that's why I made the statement that I made at the FinCom meeting, at the select board meeting, that you let the taxpayers vote. Because in some senses, this requires a whole budget reset.
Right.
And if you don't reset the tax base, and you don't pull in that excess levy, which essentially is like doing an override, it's just a different way. If you don't do that, you're just kicking the can down the road.
Right.
You're gonna have a problem next year. So you can maybe split it up over a couple of years. And like you said, Scott, do you do a 4% or a 5% increase in taxes this year and you ease it in? But I just, if we don't do some kind of reset with the actual percentages in the budget itself, it's not long-term fixing the problem, it's just putting a Band-Aid on it.
So you're saying put forth the school committee budget to say, here, your end result is a $900 to $1,000 increase per household.
Correct.
We come up with one that says magical number here, whatever magical number here, results in
400.
4%, 4.5%.
Yeah.
Voters,
Pick.
And the school committee has that opportunity to get up and explain what the detriment will be to the students if it's not funded at the higher rate, as they are afforded that opportunity to do, and I get that. I just don't know that if we deplete that free cash, we're not gonna kick ourselves later, and that's the only thing that
Because we
concerns
still
me.
don't know what the values are doing right now either, so
Yeah.
if we have another issue with values doing the increase and decrease, then it's
Yeah.
gonna be way more than what this is, cause we were able to cover that last year. This
We
year, we
can't.
don't have any playroom.
What if Solomon
then that's
Pond-
all part of the story that needs to be
And,
told.
but we don't know that. I mean, unfortunately, if it levels out, that's great, but if it's a continuing of flipping the
Right.
over to residential, then residentials could get hit with a 12%. I mean, I don't know what it,
Cause Solomon Pond went down $1 million in valuation, which that gets shifted
to the
to
residential.
the residents.
Yep.
So that's why we're in the situation we were in this year, where we went, okay, well, we'll take the meals tax, we'll take the hotel tax, so that we don't have to raise taxes, and especially given the economy, we talked a lot about it.
Yep.
I didn't feel comfortable going, we have this revenue, but we're also gonna raise taxes, I didn't think that was the right thing to do to people. The problem is, what if the mall goes down another $1 million next year?
So,
Did
and
the mall
just a
file
little-
an abatement? Is that how it,
I
or,
think they filed every
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
year,
that's pending.
I think.
And,
They're
and this
just
is a
not doing
point of
well.
distinction with Boylston, who unusually has a good revenue position because of some new growth.
Right, and a single tax rate, which is a lot easier to figure out.
Yeah, so normally it would be us that was in a better position. This year is Boylston, so it was easier for Boylston to say, yeah, we'll do that March 6th presentation. Because they're not gonna have to hit the residential taxpayers.
Right, they have a
It's only
FedEx
4%.
facility, they
Yeah, the
said coming
FedEx went
in,
right off
it's-
over 140. Yeah.
but you still see at the same time, they refused to take the last budget, which would go into 5.75%.
Right.
So they've cut they're themselves are cutting the school budgets for DES and Tohoto back to the March 6 numbers.
Right, so they kept their property tax increase at 4%.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if they had taken the March 18 budget the school committee proposed, it would have been 5.75% increase.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, if you're gonna take free cash, I really wouldn't advise you to go over that number.
Yeah, but realistically,
I'd
we're
be in
not
favor
taking,
of it.
OPEB money. I mean, OPEB's off the table this year.
Correct.
So is that really 700 and something? We all know Peg's math.
No, you're right, it is, but my argument to that is, if it's something you're looking at down the line, you don't wanna take away your funding source for that now either. Cause then, again, you're shooting yourself on that front too. You're saying, okay, that's eliminating our potential funding source for that. Usually what you would do is you'd let that roll over with the free cash from the
It's
year.
not
So
gonna
pretty-
go over very well either with people, residents, because the teachers all have retiree health insurance. And we haven't gotten it yet for our employees in town.
You could also put that into the regular stabilization, because we can't really fund it, but we could put it into regular stabilization to have it there for future
Right.
use, and if we decide not to ever do OPEB, then we just have it in stabilization to use it for whatever, you know, we
Right.
need it for, but.
Exactly, and that's what that note in there, not establish, allocate temporarily to general stabilization, that was Margaret's recommendation.
Right.
So that's a hold just in case we need it somewhere elsewhere.
So, right, a hold in
It
case
could
we
be,
need it
yeah.
for
And
OPEB,
again-
or we keep it in our rainy day fund.
I mean, stabilization fund is to help stabilize in times like this, but my only concern is at this point, I don't know if this is a bump in the road. This almost feels like it could
It's the
be
start.
going forward. And that's where, with free cash, that's a tough one, cause then that means now you're gonna be relying on free cash where if we happen to run into a revenue deficit.
We have nothing.
I wish there was an easy
Look-
answer.
Look at the
I-
other, can you bring up your, the total revenue numbers that shows your excess levy?
Yes. So based on, actually, based on the way the budget is built now, that's your excess levy, just over 1.8.
Right. This is using the, well, what
2.5.
was? Yeah, the 2.5.
And using all of that free cash to fund capital.
Right, so we have a $937,000.
I'm sorry, that doesn't matter.
We have a $937,000 deficit from the request.
Correct.
If we go to town meeting and they vote in this, they take out over half the levy, just over half of our excess levy
In 1 year,
in 1 year.
right?
I mean, in fact, they can't ever come back to that amount of money because next time, well, I guess with the 2.5, they'd have a slightly.
That levy's never gonna get built back up to that.
It will never,
Degree,
exactly.
because you would have to increase less than 2.5% and or not
That would be
include
an
new
override.
growth.
We'd have to start.
to build
doing
it back
overrides
up.
On a regular basis.
Yeah.
The other
Exactly.
thing, keep in mind, it's a $6 million budget, and they're asking for a full $1 million additional
Mm-hmm.
this year.
If it was a bigger town, it might not be as big a hit.
Right.
Yes, that's the problem, this is our
Right.
size, and,
I mean, you guys talk percentages, but I think it's really, we gotta look at the dollar amounts here,
Mhm.
because a percentage, you know, my budget at 20% isn't $1 million.
Right.
So.
No, you're absolutely right, June, and yeah, because if you look at this, this is your requested increase for BMS, 1.058.
What's the total increase for the year?
Still, if we knew the
29.4.
out-of-district exact costs, you could actually
The total
say,
dollars?
plug that
1,000,000
number in,
1,050,000.
plus,
823.
5%,
No,
But you
that's
don't.
the count.
because you don't have the numbers.
Oh.
We have a general, right?
Right,
we're-
but,
we're-
I mean, most of the time you should be able to,
1.4.
to figure that.
Jack,
be
you
able
could,
to
you
figure
could do
out
the
that
math in a
number.
normal
That's
year,
for the
yeah,
whole
Right.
town.
yeah.
And 1 million of that is there.
So is there a number that we could back into, that we start and say 14?
Well,
That was my question like 45 minutes
I,
ago. Do
I
we have,
know.
do we
I
have,
think-
can we just
Can
pick,
we just, yeah, can we
just
just
pick
like
our
pick,
number, because we
Pick our
can't
number
use
and back
these,
into it.
the numbers coming at us. Just pick our number. Where do we want to be? What are
Right.
we comfortable saying to the residents?
I'll give you something, how's that, because you were headed there, and you kind of went there, and you did too. If you go to 4%, that gives you an extra 200 grand, and then if you do 300 in free cash, that's $500,000.
Say
Right,
that
we've got
again?
So if you go to 4%.
Yep.
Instead of 2.5 on
Yep.
on the tax increase.
Yep.
That gives you an extra 200 grand.
Yep.
Not
Let's
quite.
stop there.
197.
We like round
Come on,
numbers.
you'll
throw
chip
in
it.
that?
I'll
All right,
throw
okay.
it.
Really?
All right.
Plus or minus 10.
Let's
You
just
can't
stop there.
decimate
Just
every-
stop
you know,
there.
I'm just
decimate
giving you, I
everything.
know, and I'm not saying I advocate for this, but you're asking for an
Yeah, yeah,
option.
yeah.
So there's one, and then 300 on that free cash, which would be the maximum I would advise.
So
That's 500,000.
That's 500.
Right.
And they want,
9.
Well, it would get you within
937.
437. I mean, they're not broke. Remember this on any of this stuff here. I still believe that their revenue numbers for circuit breaker are
Low.
low. Easily $200,000 low.
And
That's
there's,
how
and there's
renewables
school
happen.
choice money
We
that's
do have
not being
school choice
applied.
money, and on top of it, even then, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of things that are unknown. It's like they could, right, there could be another kid or multiple kids, or else they also leave. They aren't there for those full school year, so those numbers that they're projecting, assuming they're there for the full school year, all of a sudden come off the books because they just move out of town or whatever on it. So if you go with those numbers, right, you do get within the 437,000, and they do have options around that. So the other one I would suggest doing is on Tohoto, adjust the number to reflect the March 6th budget.
Okay.
So that we would then also keep it in alignment with Boylston, as opposed to letting a $7,000 thing mess up where we approve something that's then that's approved here, they approve that, it's approved there, and all of a sudden we're still out of sync.
That's sensible. You said that, Chris said that. It makes sense to me.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then you would
makes sense.
be looking at the 3,206,381 for Tohono?
Yeah, let's just look here.
I just wanna make sure.
3,206,381, correct.
3,206,381. So the number for Tohoto before it changed last week was 3,206,381.
And that was the one when we had put in the 5%? No.
Yeah.
Yes, when you were
Yes.
using 5%.
Now that does give you, if that does give, oh, sorry, that's got 4% in there, don't. This is what happens when I start messing around with stuff. Hold on.
And it's after.
And it's 10 o'clock, that's okay. We
I
do math
know,
at 10 o'clock at
I'm fading
night.
fast here.
Yeah, me too.
Want some chocolate? Come on, we got a ways to go there,
Then you won't
pumpkin.
be able to,
I've
then we
been
won't be
eating
able to go to sleep.
candy over here.
That's why I'm just doing the sugar, not the chocolate.
Okay, well, there's more here. There's for round 2. We're good.
I'm having
So
trouble
say
getting
that
this
again,
one done.
Krista?
Shouldn't lower it by that much. That doesn't
Is that
make
chocolate
sense.
in the middle?
Number change? No.
No,
Oh,
not
it's
yet.
still in deficit 80. Oh, that's a deficit, that's why. Okay, so then if we did, so then we can't do 6% here.
4%. Not 5.
Oh, stop it. Don't mind me, I talk to the computer all day long.
You're gonna run out of battery, so just saying.
You've got
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you don't have your.
1 hour and 26 minutes, that's all you
So
have.
then, so we
That's all you
have an hour. We have an hour.
All right, so basically that gets you a little bit more it gets you another $7,000 for BMS if you do it based off of the old Tohoto number.
And brings you over 200,000 now in the 4%.
So at 4%, that's an extra 200,000. If we do the free cash for 300,000, that brings us to 5, and then decreasing Tohoto gives us an extra what?
7,328.
Oh, so 7,000. So
$800, okay.
12,000.
Right, so that, instead of a 3.4% increase on BMS, you can do a 3.6 if you do the lower Tohoto number.
No, wait a minute.
It's only a $7,000 increase.
Well, this
It's
is
not
a
lot.
this is a 2.5%.
This is at 2.5.
Right.
Yep, so now
So
do
if
you
you
want
do
me to
the
go to 4?
No, wait a minute. First, the Tohoto assessment is at 8.9%.
Correct.
Is
It
that
is.
what we're at? No.
So they asked for 9.2, but what Boylston approved was 8.9. So he's
Well-
suggesting we put in the approved Boylston number.
Yeah, it was 8.9 on March 6th, our assessment was.
Right.
So.
Yeah, but I still liked the 5 and 5, so. You know, with what you're saying about the money the revenues that should be coming in, I don't think you should be trying to make up every dime.
We aren't making
with,
up every time. This is for 446,000 that's left over. That's still that spread.
Right.
So it seems like reasonable that they can make up that 446,000 from
Otherwise, we're going to
We're going to a
what
giant
they would
town
get from the
meeting.
state.
Yeah, we're going to a shootout, yeah.
That's
So-
the only
No.
argument for making, making
For
Tohoto
Tohoto
even.
the same. Because then we're not at odds with Boylston and it eliminates half of the problem. It eliminates us having to go to that.
They're probably hoping we're going to propose less.
I don't know,
So
but
that
they
so
seem to
that they
have no
don't have to
problem
pay
funding
their
it.
portion.
Well, they had no problem that they're sticking it to 4%. They recognized the number, where it was, and they saw that their number was at 4%. They recognized actually still a jump for them, but they were something they were willing to live with. But as soon as they started going to 5 3/4%, they've drawn the line as to what they would want to recommend.
So what did Boylston vote?
4%.
Yes, what would increase their levy? What was in?
Janet?
Especially we're using 4. It's probably. I was only given 4%. I'm sure it's some 4 or some fraction around there.
Numbers, you can't keep playing with.
So a 4% increase would mean
And-
what to?
And look at the back,
taxes?
Janet, too.
But the
Yeah, I
issue
read this
is
earlier.
that Boylston approved a different number. I'm just trying to get to a percentage here, that's all, I'm just trying to. Okay, so if you go to 4%, you can increase them both by 9%.
Almost 9. Yeah.
Almost, just shy of,
If you go
just shy of
4%,
9.
well, coincidentally, 4% happens to produce almost identical percentage.
Which,
change.
yeah, with $2,000 left over, close enough.
4% on tax gives you 9% on each of the two.
Historically, it's always happened, though. Tohoto gets funded for fear that if one town cuts, then they'll have to cut both towns. And then the one that ends up suffering is like Boylston Elementary.
In their case, yes, it's been Boylston Elementary. And the opposite was what I experienced during my years in the Finance Committee. It was that what we approved, what we initially would approve would be, Boylston could not do it, and that allowed to meet BMS's numbers.
Right.
Which is also why, when you look at the per pupils, or the average against the state, BMS numbers always have looked much better. In fact, we've had,
Well, I
the
feel
past
I
were
feel
the.
terrible for Boylston Elementary. They are been totally underfunded for many years.
Yeah.
So a 4% increase would mean what?
9% increase for both of,
This is
for
from
both
the-
BMS and
This is
Tohoto.
from the school committee budget.
But
a
Berlin
4%
Memorial's the one who has
Was voted.
the out of districts
On March 6th,
the most.
Right.
Yep.
which is
But
different.
you were
Yes.
talking
Yes.
about fairness, so
That's-
I
That's
gave
what
them
I'm
both the
trying
same
to figure
percentage
out.
increase.
That's my
Berlin
question.
Memorial's budget is
What
bigger.
is the new
So
one
it's a
compared to
bigger
this one? 'Cause
dollar increase.
I can't remember
So
because all
that,
these
a
numbers have
9%
been
for
thrown at
each
me,
would be
like-
323,849
You got it. This
for
is it.
Berlin Memorial.
You've seen
and
it.
264,870
This,
for Tohoto.
this is from this
So
year.
you're
is-
saying that
this is the
Berlin
18th.
taxes would go from
Right.
2.5
What was
to
the
4.
percentage on here?
If you did that.
If
Yep.
you did
I
that.
I don't
And
remember,
what-
Janet.
That's
I don't
what I
remember.
don't
You have to
remember.
look
Yeah.
for it.
What does
That's what
that
I don't
mean
remember.
number-wise?
That's what
Because
I was
that's
trying to
because
You were
figure
just
out.
gonna ask me that.
Well,
so
because
that's
people
why
are
I
gonna
went
be
to
like
my calculator.
2.5%, that doesn't mean anything.
That's about another $120 on top of the
Berlin,
400, so
okay.
now you're
Boylston,
talking
I'm
This
looking
is
for.
Tohoto.
520.
Yeah.
Oh,
5 to 6.
Boylston.
Yeah, somewhere between 5 and
That's
6.
right
Estimate
here.
only.
It's 16%.
Peg's favorite word,
Ish.
ish.
It's a real pay.
It's a real
But the
ish.
taxes
No,
put
they
to
didn't put
10.
4.
Like, I
They
wouldn't
voted
stake my
number,
life
that
on
would
it.
be
Yeah, like give or shake
Can you go back to the
4%
other?
Oh.
Yep.
But again, this is
That's
stuff
where I
that you
was
have to
confused.
present at
Okay,
town
sorry.
meeting.
I know, that was
No, the
it.
problem is
Clear?
that you
Yeah,
get the
no,
number
this
they
is me.
stick
I
on
got
it.
It's okay.
I got it.
I
Oh,
had
shit.
given an
Okay.
estimate of
Oh, this is
$50
yours?
at
Yeah.
one meeting, and I
Sorry.
kept hearing it echoed over and
I
over again. I'm like, it
don't
was
know
just
why.
an estimate.
But this is really just the ballpark. There is no way for us to give an actual, real estimate because of the split.
Well, that's what you gotta put in big red letters, and hopefully that people understand it and just keep
Yeah.
repeating it
And
and
all it
repeating
takes
it.
is one little number to be
If you
off.
know
and
Boylston,
then-
what Boylston's percentage is and their amount of money, then, or the amount of budget even,
The
you
other,
should be able to figure out our portion.
Oh, you mean for Boylston, I mean for Tohoto.
Tohoto.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
no, I'm talking the amount of tax for the taxpayers
Okay.
on what their
Yeah.
actual increase would be.
and don't forget, we can only estimate based on the average single-family home which the state values at 558,000. So then you also have to adjust up or down depending on how much your home is worth.
So,
There's so
and this
many
would,
variables.
and this would, 9 and 9 would increase, residential taxes on your average home by,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
is
got,
it-
I got
No,
this
no,
one,
that's-
I got this one, see if
Okay.
I got this one. If we stick with just the 2.5%,
Yes, you're over here.
so this means your taxes, go up
Ish.
$397.
And that, give or take
Ish.
100.
Correct.
Okay, so that's
All right.
2.5%.
All right, that's 2.5%. If we do
Thank you, I like the 100.
the,
Yeah.
what was
The
it,
9?
4%.
It goes up another $117.
Right, so we're looking at 500 to 600.
Give or take 50.
Ish, and if we do the one voted by school committee,
She said
it's
ish.
like 975-ish, just round it off and call it an even grand.
But if we're offering a 9%, is that something that even the voters are not going to vote for?
No,
Well-
that's the school's budget. So
not-
they have the option of on the floor, you know, we
No,
either
this
stick.
is our proposal, is it
Yeah.
not?
Yeah, this would be our proposal.
Yeah.
A
So
9%
9% up above.
increase.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant a 9%
This,
increase
this
in
is,
taxes.
No,
yeah,
no,
we have to
no,
make sure
no,
we,
I'm
the
talking
percent
about
on the right
9%
line
and
number.
9%,
That's
if you're
where I
gonna
just got
say,
confused too.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it-
just
We're
me.
talking about two different percentages and it, unless you specify, it's a little confusing.
Right, so to do a 9% increase to each of the school budgets, we would have to do a 4% increase to
In
taxes.
taxes,
okay, so that would cost approximately,
500 to 600-ish,
Correct.
give or take 50,
As opposed to the 400-ish
for
that is
2.5,
2.5.
compared to the 18%.
Compared to the
For-
1,000-ish that would
Right,
be
to the
the
1,000-ish for
whole
18%.
well, it
enchilada.
may not be a problem for, maybe a lot of families who have double incomes
And
and
you-
that kind of thing, but it is gonna be a problem for
So if you just
Sewell-
bundle
seniors
that to
and,
the tax
people people who don't have double income.
Correct.
So
This one?
I-
go down and it shows the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would recommend that budget, but that,
So that's only
it,
though.
it
what
just makes it
percentage
very
is that?
tough.
That's the extra if you're at 4.
And-
that's
and
only-
we're-
I'm sorry, are you
just
talking
guessing.
about even the 4% increase or the
9.
The 9, okay.
Hold on.
Well,
I think,
I think that's causing the confusion here, which is referring to is the 4%
No,
is
no, no.
referring
No, I
to
did this
overall
math
increase in the levy,
specifically so
which
that
is what the
it was-
9% on each of BMS and Tohoto produces.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but no, but she was talking about a 9% increase in the taxes is what.
No, I was talking about the assessments for the two schools. We're at 9%.
yeah, she's
Oh, you
referring to
think that
those
even
now.
that's still too high?
Well, when you look at the increase, which is like $500 and some odd dollars,
Mhm.
So that-
how can some people will have to move out of town if they?
Yeah.
So you're
Can't afford
potentially,
it.
right, you're
Mm.
potentially looking at the 2.5%-ish, like a $33 increase a month people have to come up with. If you go at the 9%, that's about another $50
Okay.
fund you gotta find, and then at 18%, it's over $80.
This
So,
is
I
what-
mean, when you start to get to that, people aren't gonna eat, people aren't gonna heat their house, people aren't gonna do their medicine.
Medications.
So,
Yeah.
sorry, that's my
And
bigger
should
concern.
we be backing something, when we're,
That the numbers have moved.
we're elected by all the people in town, not just the ones that have the money to do this.
and we got people, the food pantry use is up
It's high.
in the
And
town.
it's been a high usage.
High usage. We have, you're really asking a lot of people.
That is a lot.
Unfortunately,
of money for
there's-
some people.
there isn't, there's no silver bullet here, unfortunately.
No.
I mean, there is a really hard choice that needs to be made. And,
Feel that.
I think we're getting close to something that's, it's gonna be hard on both ways. Okay, I just don't see where else we can go. I mean, you also, I think if you lowball a number significantly, even at the 2.5% where we're at, I think you also very much increase the chances that people could push this through, and you're looking at the
Yep.
nearly 10% increase,
Well, and they-
right? And we need to we need to project, if we give a budget that somebody has no chance of possibly working in, then we don't look realistic. And I think this one, looking at the whole dollar amounts, looking with what I believe our circuit, we can explain the circuit breaker monies that I believe are low projected. And I mean, they do have emergency funds, like using the school choice funds. They are not completely broke on here and going, we don't have other places to go. They do have options. And if we give them some options of where to solve this problem, at least I think we have a better chance of trying to have a happy medium. Not that, probably the best thing could come out of this is that everybody walks out disappointed,
Exactly.
or everybody's happy. It's what's going to be the worst thing is you have somebody, they'll walk in, one side gets exclusively what they want, 2.5%, or another side gets the 10%, and you get the hooting, hollering of the people that are very happy what's happened, and then you have the other people that are going, it's like, I don't have a solution. And I think if we could have something that, even if they aren't happy, even if every side's not happy
That's the trouble,
with it.
though. We didn't have the chance to negotiate.
No,
Kristen's
it's not
gonna
quite.
stick with
We
it.
did,
We've,
though.
we've talked. I mean, we've talked multiple times. You know, I think the opinion on one side is they're hearing a certain set of people. And let's put it this way, to be honest with you, I'm not hearing from anybody. Okay? I'm hearing from, we can discuss here, I mean, we can read the letter from, no, I think this is from BMS Link. I've heard from specific committees.
Right.
I have not heard, I have no idea where the electric stands on this.
I don't
And
think
actually,
they have a clue
the best
what's
thing is
going
for
on.
me to not know, because I'd like to find a happy medium without being influenced by a small set of people, because I'll never walk out there and interview the 2,000 people that you would need to.
But that's my concern, is that how many people in this town truly know what's going on
They
and the
don't.
impact? You know that at town meetings, you get what, 200 people and there's 2,100 registered voters in this town, so what's
Right.
that, 10%?
And who are they looking to make that decision for them?
So
You
you're
guys.
gonna have, you know, groups,
we're
and
working
it's,
on
it's,
it,
look
right?
back at any town meeting that we've had where there's been a whoo, and you have a group of people that come in and wait for that article and go, yes, and then they go. So you're gonna have that again of, this is my assumption, that you're gonna have a mass come in, and who cares about 1 through 9, yay. You know, you get to this one and they're gonna go, whoop, and then they walk out the door, and then the 1,900 people who should have been there to vote all of a sudden open up their tax bill, and you hear resounding thuds across the town.
Right.
So
I mean,
how do
it's-
you get this message out to everybody so that they know what's going on, to know that their participation in this
So they're
town meeting?
educated.
Yes, you can't, you have, there's like pockets of information. We need to support this, you know? Okay, I said it, I went out there, cleared it, made sure that I was okay. As a resident, I asked the question, what is this gonna cost in tax increase? Because no one asked that question. It was just, look at this budget, we need to do this, our children are suffering. Where's the rest of your story? Give the complete picture to people. And you know, snarky comments are out there, figures, but
Yeah, that's always going to be on social media.
you've got to get that, but whether it's the item, whether it's a separate meeting, whether we hit this through town, we have got to inform the entire voters of option 1, 2, or 3. Make an informed decision. Don't let pockets come and decide, because guess what? Once the vote's passed, you're screwed. Go find $80 somewhere in your home budget to come up with it.
Or
What are you
worse,
gonna do?
the other way, they get it down to like 2.5, and there's not enough money for the school to work with.
Right.
Right, and my concern on that side, right, is if the special education costs are
Huge.
driving that, then what's gonna happen is they're gonna have to cut regular
Correct.
positions. And so I see, I really genuinely see both sides of the equation, and that's why I see what you're saying. Can we come up with some kind of happy medium that ultimately is not happy for anyone. I don't know. We can.
So
We're just so far apart. That's my.
We're between a, can you go back to that other
Yep.
page again?
Oh yeah.
We're between a 2.5 and a 9 and an 18. Pick.
Yeah, but I was looking at the bottom here, and it was between,
Well, actually, it wasn't between 2.5 and 18.
let's back into
the 2.5
what we
has-
want our
has about
increase to
5.
be for an average
Okay.
family
EMS
home.
and time.
Right.
And actually, I think she said
So not-
it could be 6 because
Alright.
after some other changes.
Well, this is important too, by the way. Look
Yeah.
at what the tax bill already is, okay?
Ugh.
Oh my
So for a home valued at, say, $550,
God. Oh, well,
forget the 8,
that's right, you gotta divide that in half.
your average family tax bill is $7,700.
Yeah.
Okay? So, right, that's, yeah.
That's a year.
So now, right, a year, yeah.
Oh,
It gets split, yeah. So you're gonna add on to that, at a minimum, this $400, okay? No
Right.
matter what, because
Right.
literally that's the cost of doing business.
Correct.
Then you have to figure in, do we wanna do 4%, which looks like, instead of 400, looks like this. 513, give or take 100.
But this sheet actually shows you what your value would be, and this
Correct.
is what your tax bill would do. So, I mean, it can go anywhere from a $1,400 increase down to a $200, depending on what your house value is.
Correct.
Commercial, we've also gotta look at too, at this
Right,
point
sorry, I'm
too.
pointing to the wrong column,
Yeah.
this column.
I'm gonna live in a tent. How much is a tax on a tent?
How about a
Depends
yurt?
on if
A
you
you
yurt.
need
I
a
love
permit for a
yours.
tent.
I'm gonna live in Mary Porter's backyard. She'll let me have a tent.
Oh, I got-
Depends on how the land's
I've got,
zoned.
we've got that
My yard?
camper. No, we've got that camper over on Walnut Street.
I can move in there.
You can move in the camper. You gotta bring your own water and power though.
Maybe we
Okay,
should.
Okay,
one
I mean,
power.
openness, I mean, what's your opinion, Julie? I know, I mean, do you have any idea, a general target for number
I'm zoning out.
and
I know.
where?
Fast here.
Yeah.
I
One more and
am comfortable with the
Give me
4%.
14 hours, I'm done.
Maybe up to the 5%. It's just from hearing from lots, I shouldn't say lots, but some of the people that I know who are really, with everything that's happened in the last year,
Mhm.
things are really tight.
Yeah.
You know, it's really, it's very hard, and going past that feels very uncomfortable. I also, I know where you're coming with using the free cash. That also makes me very uncomfortable. I know that we may have to make that choice, and I'm wondering if that is something that, I'm not sure if it's possible, is if the free cash portion could be offered separately from the percentage, the tax one, because that's another one where I almost feel like that's up to the voters to decide, do you feel more comfortable using that free cash for stabilization for the special ed that you're talking about? Or do you just not want to do it?
Well, and that's why it would be a special article. I mean, they would have that.
Yeah, but separate from the,
They would be separate votes.
Yeah.
Because the budget piece would be a separate
Okay.
vote, and the article would be a separate vote.
This needs to be laid out so clearly.
I think so many are gonna be confused, because
Oh,
I am.
I can lay it
Yeah,
out, once we
if-
figure out what we want to do or
I
what you
think
wanna
we-
recommend, I
Like
can
a
lay
1,
it
a
out.
2, a
I
3.
think it would be
Yeah.
so much easier if we could actually see real numbers. I think
Yes.
that's-
yeah.
For me, because like if we could look at it and say, okay, there's
Has anybody asked
$500,000
for a line
worth
item
of special
budget?
ed only.
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
We've-
repeatedly.
Yes.
Repeatedly.
Multiple days,
This year.
multiple
Yes.
times.
Yeah,
Yes.
apparently the
Within
school committee
last month.
can't hear these requests.
We're
We've
not
asked for it
getting that.
repeatedly. And that's where, you know, Scott, on an ordinary day, I'd be right with you. You need to negotiate. There's no point in doing this kind of thing. But we're negotiating against ourselves at this point.
Yes.
Because we have asked and asked for the information we need to understand what's wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting any good answer.
And they
I
actually
know it.
present it with
And-
copies of other presentations. Please just give it to us.
Lynn, we
as
gave
a-
them the Assabet numbers, right?
I
Okay.
gave them my whole presentation.
But, sorry, Julie, I gotta say this. This is too important. There's too many people. And just what Julie said. And Scott, I have been talking to people around town. And yes, there's people that don't like what's going on with the school committee. There's a lot of people that don't like it. Now, are they gonna be there to vote? I don't know. But I think that's at a gut level. We're negotiating against ourselves. And that's why I say, what do we think the number ought to be? And everybody's costs are up. The town costs are up. Everybody's home budgets. Everybody has to balance their budgets.
Some people are out of jobs,
And some people, well, that's not happening
Maybe not.
too much, but,
not in Berlin.
well, yeah,
I don't know, I think there probably are some.
there are some. I'm hearing it's a strong labor market, that no matter what the Fed does, they can't seem to weaken it, but.
I mean, I think they've given us a lot of information. I think what's hard is there's one really critical piece that we're missing that we've asked for a couple different ways, and I've really distilled it down to one thing. And so Mike Topman actually called me last week, and we had a conversation, and I said, we really need a one page that breaks the budget down by categories, and one of those categories needs to be special education, and it should show FY23 to FY24, so we can truly see where those cost increases are. And then we'd like to have a second sheet that has the revenues all on one sheet. And I said, Assabet does provide us with something similar, and I did provide it. He did say he would have Nancy work on it. I know obviously they were out straight last week getting ready for the vote, so I'm hoping we will be getting that information.
Well, I think it's also a new finance director at the region, and she's using her own format.
Sure.
And all they have from last year is the old finance director's format, so it might be tough to compare.
Well,
That's why I figured if I broke it down to just like the 2 pages we needed and sent
Yeah.
them over to Mike, and like I said, he did say he'd talk to Nancy and they'd work on getting that, and I think that would actually be really helpful, because that's really what we need to see, the revenues and the expenditures. Like 1 page of expenditures, 1 page of revenues, just broken down by category.
Yeah, but if we don't get that, so we just randomly throw a number up in the air and say this is what we're gonna go with?
so to Scott's point on being willing to negotiate and meet in the middle, one of the things I think, correct me if I don't have it right, Kristen, but that if we, finance and select board, vote on a budget, these line items that we're looking at, and it goes to town meeting, we can we not go up from what we vote? We can go down but not up.
Correct. Well,
Okay.
but the school budget is in there, so that would be your ceiling, or whatever the school budget is.
Requested.
Oh, so there's no reason not to stick at the 2.5
Mm-hmm.
and just put it in. Just put it in the can, we're done, we'll talk about it on the floor. Boom, we're done.
And who's gonna stand up and talk to them on the floor?
I will.
Do we need?
Try to
do we
shut
need-
me up, Peg, try to do it, just try to do it. And it's not to my benefit, I shouldn't do
But-
this.
No.
No, but I do think there are people in this town with children in school who see this issue, they understand it. And nobody wants to deprive our students of an education. That is not what we're talking about here.
No.
We're just talking about trying to get a balanced budget, doing the numbers. And I think, Scott, if we can go up to whatever the school committee has given us, well, then we've got room to submit an amended budget. Come on.
Well, looks
Well-
like we'll be at town meeting 2 nights.
The
Well,
concern,
whatever.
the concern I have is waiting to, if you take right now, saying we'll take the 2 extremes on this, right? And that's the only thing you put out initially. That's the only thing you have to talk to. And as you wait to produce what the next one is, that clock is ticking. And you have less time to explain something. If you're trying to explain that, oh, by the way, everything I told you, we'll just change it on the floor, I think that's more confusing than anything else. I think we need a true number that we put out there,
Okay.
and I'm myself uncomfortable with in this particular situation going. I mean, it scares the heck out of me if the extreme on the school, what they want, they get it. that is going to be a lot of economic issues, yes, in the town. Not to mention, I mean, what that bill will be to the retail establishments that are already wanting to run around. They're going to be filing abatements like crazy because their dollar amounts will be much higher. Okay, so if that passes, I think at the same time, if the lowest one passes, you basically have just created huge crises that you don't need, and we really need to find something
Well, I
in
guess I
between
was
there.
pretty happy with the 5 and 5.
Well,
On the two school
Yeah.
expenditure lines.
I was happy when we were looking at only six, when if we funded to their full amount, we only needed to get to 6%, right? It was the dollar amount, we were at 400 and some thousand difference at the 5 and 5. If we went to the 4%, well, the 4% levy overall, or the
Sorry,
99.
Scott, so it's 5 and 5 on the school expenses and 2.5 on the taxes. Is
Correct.
that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah.
If you went with
Okay.
here, where it's basically the 99 in the schools, which is a 4%,
Yeah.
in the 300,000 in the special article on this, you're basically at the same point, 440,000 difference, because what happened 2 weeks ago. I mean, things have been changing. It's not like as we're going through, there's been some big change in the out-of-district special education stuff of what happened 2 weeks ago changed a lot of what we were in.
Right.
I think the 5 and 5 was a reasonable approach at that time, but now what has happened with this special education out-of-district for BMS. So basically at that, we were at 444,000, I think, difference. With this proposal, we're at $437,000 difference. We pretty much have kept this whole dollar amount difference the same, but obviously, I mean, what has happened with the out-of-district special education for BMS has changed the floor that I think would be of 2.5 is just not realistic.
Well, maybe we need to pull back on some capital. Go back to capital planning and say, look, we need we need 300.
Free cash.
Right, but
It's
Scott's
still-
talking about applying free cash to get to a middle point here. So maybe we need to take
That's-
something out of the school capital budget
Which
and
we could
apply it
do.
to the special
problem
ed.
is if any of that is a permanent increase, that's where it's gonna hurt us going forward. That's the only,
Permanent increase in.
What do you mean?
to the so it's one thing if you're using it for a one-time shot with free cash. But if you're going to actually use free cash to balance the budget going forward, that means you have to do it every year.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Well,
I don't doubt you, but we could go to Scott's suggestion to use a warrant article for this special ed, this one thing.
Yep.
But in order to fund that warrant article, rather than taking,
Tax.
is to reduce the capital that we give to the schools on the capital projects by the amount that we're gonna use for that warrant, so that we still have our proper reserve. You know, we following the DOR recommendations of the 3 to 5%,
Right, but
right?
it's still, it would be depending on how much you're putting in there. If you know it's a one-time deal, that's fine, but then we may have to do it for the next,
Umpteen years.
yeah. Which is fine, but this $3 million that we have in free cash, that is definitely not gonna be a norm.
No,
Well,
I agree.
right, I
So-
mean, well, hopefully, I mean, just as much as a norm, hopefully it's not a case, why are we becoming almost a magnet here of special education out of district students? I mean, is there something here that we are gonna expect 2 or 3 kids move into town every year and it just completely increases?
No,
But I mean, that's the other
But it
norm
may
too.
stay. If these kids are coming in at an
If-
earlier grade, then that means they could be here for the next 5
That's
years.
true, but what the problem is, the reimbursement from the state comes a year. So next year, we expect to see
But it's
a
not
circuit breaker.
100%.
It's not 100%, no,
So
that
you're
is
plugging
correct.
yourself in, so what, we'll be here after midnight, is that why you went to get your battery
If
charger?
someone orders pizza, I'll stay past.
Pizza, who ordered pizza?
Yeah, it
All right,
got
Jan,
really
what
low really
do you
fast.
think?
I'm beyond thinking at this point.
Yeah.
I agree that I think we need to come up
With a number.
with a number, and I agree with Mary, put what we want, they put where they are. I don't wanna see this negotiated on the floor.
You can't.
I don't think there'll be a fair representation of townspeople at town meeting to actually make this vote, and the people that are elected are responsible for being fair to all and equitable to all townspeople, and those of us that have been appointed, we are in that same vote. So I feel
Well,
like we have to come up with something and put it forth, because I just think negotiating on the floor is going to be
Yeah,
not equitable, because you're not going to have fair representation of the town at town meeting.
right, but I mean, we're all one mere vote, regardless, selectmen, finance, we're all one vote. We're working together to try and come up with something that works for the entire town, but as you say, if you've got the masses that come in and go, whoop, then, you know, our 10 votes don't mean squat.
Well, I think you made a very good point earlier, Peg, and I understand Scott's concern and the concern that you do this drop-in sort of voting, which is very undemocratic. I mean, really, what do you? And very entitled. I find it obnoxious, but it does happen. I understand it happens, and I think the answer to that whole thing is education right now, and we've got, you know, a month. And I think in the education part of it, whatever we come up with a number, and to Scott's point, well, people aren't gonna, you say one thing, you do another. I think the education could include that we're willing to negotiate up to this point. Here's your tax hit, right? Where do you want us to stop? And if you don't show up at town meeting, pay your
This is
taxes.
where it's gonna stop, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think you can educate that on the step up. I mean, we've got the numbers. You just put them out and say,
Right.
these are approximate. We've got a complicated real estate assessment in town, and I think the education piece is just the way to do it. And
This is why we're gonna need another night besides coffee talk. This will take the entire discussion at town hall.
I think we did it the year of COVID, and it really helped. I really think we need to do a pre-town meeting.
Yes.
I
So
call
that
it
these
info
types
session.
of things, so that way the school committee can be there, they can explain their side, we can explain what we're trying to do. This is the idea, if this is what happens, estimates, and these are big estimates, and that has to be pushed, just so that way there it's out there.
So we pick a night, we broadcast it, we call the item, we have it there, we put it in the item, we put it wherever we can put it, and hope that everyone shows up. And we have a live session, we can't do Zoom, so unfortunately,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to drive to the town hall.
Right. Well, we still have to get to something to
Number.
talk about at that session, and
This is
and that's-
5%, by the way.
Yes.
So
Well,
just
this is
'cause Julie mentioned 5, so I thought I'd run 5.
right.
5% gives an 11% increase for each school,
What do you-
but
Oh.
still leaves.
I'm sorry,
Levy-
Kristen,
the levy of
5%
5%.
tax
Oh,
increase.
sorry, yes.
5%
A
tax
5%
increase.
A 5% tax increase
Okay,
would give an 11% school
Uh-huh.
increase for each school,
right.
but it still leaves a $600,000 deficit.
And what's what's roughly the tax impact?
$600,
$600, give or
It-
take,
well,
okay.
On top of,
Nope.
No.
oh, not, oh, okay.
I'm not doing on top of anymore. Now I'm running
Okay,
straight,
thank you.
full numbers.
So, but it was 24% on Berlin.
Alright, so a
I know, I
5%
just did that to
tax
do the
increase
deficit.
would give an 11% increase to the school.
See, I did that to do.
But
I did
we aren't
that
going to be
to
looking
give
at
me
doing
the
11%
deficit.
of both, because 11% exceeding what they
I
even asked
level
for
funded it so I
Tohoto,
could see how much I
right?
didn't have.
So the numbers would be going towards
You have to
BMS.
keep in mind your tax revenues, that you think that they're not accurate too. You don't wanna go past that.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like the 440,000 number, which we're dealing with the 4 and the 300,000 free cash. If you look at what their numbers are on the circuit breaker and the school choice, they have money there to cushion what
Correct.
kind of, because whatever other shortage that could come up from that.
So that's using 5%.
right? Because I still believe that they're short already for what they are saying for they'll get for circuit breaker. Say they're short by, say they only get 150,000 more, okay? That only closes it down to 300,000, but if you look at the rest of the revenue they have there, that, and then not to mention there's a possibility for, there is a possibility that something changes with the state, you start getting more money, and also something with the emergency scenario, because they mentioned they got $80,000 this year in emergency sped because of, right, and of course we don't know what that number could be, but there are other revenue places they can go. It is, just like it's a storm out there for the situation that's happening.
Make sure I don't do my, yeah.
To say that the only umbrella you can find is to hit the tax levy, I think, is ridiculous. And that's what they're looking at. I think we can find other ways to piece this thing together. And what do we have to do to piece it together next year? I don't know. We'll have to see how things, hopefully, things work out better from the state with special education. I mean, my biggest disappointment with the state's numbers for when what was it? I always forget. They call it question 1 or article 1 for the millionaire's tax. Was the high percentage of that that's going to higher education? No, it's free community college, stuff like that.
Plus, wasn't it
The
combined
rest of the
roads?
schools
It
are
was
not
roads.
Was transport
getting.
schools.
And
I would love to
and
tap
in
into
the
that.
years when, the schools should have gotten something from the
But
state.
that's the
they-
governor's
I would
proposal.
love to
The
tap into
legislature
the
might
cannabis
build
money
it.
that the state has gotten. Yeah, start working over
Okay.
that.
So estimated.
Do we have a number that we can actually propose something here, at least to do a vote on, get
Well,
at
this-
least the committees?
Oh, she changed it again.
This is,
Stop
this is
changing
the
numbers in
very
the front.
last, this
This
is
is
the
to
very
fund,
last
the very
one.
last one. This is to fund the whole shebang out of
Oh,
taxes.
Exactly what they looked for. what
Yeah,
they're
but that's
asking
not,
for.
but you have to keep, we were just talking about, you've got to keep in mind that, the revenue that they could be getting, if they get the additional revenue, you don't want to fund.
But we don't
the
know
whole
that
thing.
when we have to fund the budget, so we have to go off of their numbers that they've passed. So if we take the
Well, it
numbers.
might be a good scenario to show people, if that's what you're talking about, when we have a coffee talk.
But we'd have, yeah,
And
we
what
have to
you're-
have another town meeting if the numbers changed, because right now, all we can go off of are the voted school numbers. So if we go off the numbers the school voted on Saturday, and I plug those into my budget, that isn't between $950 and $1,000 increase on the average, tax bill. And there's the sliding scale, the one in the
Right.
middle.
So what if you were talking about 5%?
5%, that was this last one.
Yeah, she put it up there
Tax
for you.
or
Tax.
That's 5%.
And 4.5 would be?
Or 4. I don't think I did 4.5. I think I did 4. That's 4.
Okay.
Did I do 2? I think I did just 2. Oh no, that was when I was messing around. Don't pay attention to that one.
That's not gonna be too, is
That's
it?
4.
Okay.
That's 4. We're
You
back
like
to 4.
make a
Okay.
proposal, what is your, what,
I'm
you
not-
want
I'm
to
not
make,
making
no
a
motion?
proposal. No, I have no motion to make.
No motion to make?
Mary, do you have a
Oh,
motion?
no, I thought she was, so 4% is.
I motion
How
a
much?
2.5% budget, that's my motion.
So if we did this,
520.
Leave it,
Give or
leave
take
it.
100.
is that the 4?
That's the 4.
Yeah.
So
I don't
on
think
the
I can do
4,
2.5, Mary. I think that's just
What
leaving
would
us
this
with
be
too big of a
cut
gap.
back
Yeah,
by?
we're leaving this to be,
Because I'm just.
I look at going at 2.5% is us being as stubborn as the school committee on this stuff. And it's like two people just digging their heels in and saying, we're gonna have winners and we're gonna have losers, and that's all it's going to come down to. That we need to find a solution that's somewhere in between there. And I don't want to be seen as just being stubborn of on the 2.5%. And that's what I believe how it's going to look if we go for just a 2.5% overall levy. When we know these situations are, they're not lying to us overall. I mean, with the special education district stuff, we know that's true, right?
We
So-
do, but it's also true that the state is funding. And, okay,
Well,
so you look at our gap and the note we got on March 9th that the school committee was looking at 640,000 for the 4 students that just were recognized as because of going to Berlin Memorial. right? That's 640,000.
Tax base.
I believe is coming from the state. So the gap we need to
That's
close
it.
is not
I
as
don't think you're
big.
gonna get to 640,000
Your
even,
FY23 tax base, so I just subtract
Unless-
the difference.
No way, we'll
Right.
never,
The-
we're never gonna get
at
that.
minimum, you're gonna have to pay 250,000 of that,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Because we know, right now it's 57,000 right there. I mean, maybe the state goes and said, we're not gonna do that base point number, but we have to still make the 57,000 going by previous numbers, right? So if you bring that together, well, I guess it's 228,000, right? So it's not, you're not gonna
Okay.
get that number.
Okay, so,
Right.
so, all right. You're convincing me, Scott. It's a
Yeah.
very hard thing to do. I want to congratulate you. All right, so what if we looked like Boylston and we said 4%?
This is what.
Well, that's what I was, that's what I was
Well,
gonna.
then,
Well, that's what
then
we
make
did.
your motion,
Well,
lady.
I-
Make your
this is
motion.
4%.
Don't make me
That's
do
why.
it, because I don't want to. It's upsetting me.
Actually, that's I like that because we've got at least 3 people that said 4, and I know Julie said 4 or 5.
Well, yeah,
As
I was
her
in the
cap.
middle.
As her cap.
Yeah.
You drive a hard bargain, sir.
Yeah.
This is what 4% looks
I was gonna
like.
say 4.5.
Okay.
That was what I was happy
4%
with.
still leaves a $740,000
What
deficit.
I do.
And,
But-
and 300.
And that's pretty close to the
Would you
4
still-
students. That's pretty darn close
Yeah.
to it. But,
For free cash.
But would you do the 300,000 in the free cash?
no.
He really wants to
No, I
use
want
that
to leave free cash alone, unless we pull something out of the school capital budget, and then I would put that in the warrant. That's the only way I'd agree to it.
I have a question to ask. If we vote on, I don't know, somewhere between 4 and 5%, and we find out that the school gets a significantly more increase, is there anything we can do about that?
We've
It's
already voted it.
irretrievable. That's
No.
woni I'm pushing
That's-
so hard on it.
No, but I mean, is
Tonight- are
there
you talking about
some
tonight?
way we
Oh.
could,
She's talking about tonight.
But if we voted.
If you vote tonight, or are you talking about town meeting?
Town meeting.
I'm talking at town meeting.
Okay.
That's why I think if you're trying to fund it, your safest bet is to have some of it in an article for
That's what-
special
so
education.
That's what I'm trying
If,
to.
if that's the route you wanna go.
Kristen, could you put up
Yes.
again the the capital items for the school, the capital items,
Aye,
just the
sure.
So
capital
then,
items?
Janet, the answer to your
Yeah,
question
the-
is no. If
Yeah,
they get a
no.
boatload of money, then there's no way that we can get it
Well,
back.
not that I'm saying that we are not getting it back, but okay, so they're saying they're getting $300,000, which Scott thinks is a low
They have
estimate.
A large
And
E&D.
then we find out they get, I'm just gonna
Making
be,
it up.
that we find out they get 700. So there's a gap of $400,000. Okay, we now know, we funded you for this year. You can't spend that $400,000. We can't do that unless you put it in
It's
an
their-
article.
Right, it's their money. They're gonna spend it.
Yeah,
how they
it's
want.
their
Unless
money, but this is where we've got them on record of what they projected. I mean, if they blow their projections, I mean, that's something that they're gonna have to answer to next year,
Right.
right?
That's assuming
But
they
they
get
don't
those
have to line
numbers.
item budget,
They
so
don't have to,
Right.
but we
if they
will
blow
know.
their
That's-
projections, they just fund other things.
Right.
They could.
We don't have
Yeah,
the power
But
to
we
order
still
those numbers
know
up.
what they get. So
Well,
if
no.
they said they
That's another concern I
projected
have. I mean,
300,000 for circuit breaker
Yep.
and get 750,000 circuit breaker, we'll know that.
How?
When they
From the
do
state.
next year's
Yes,
budget.
the state's gonna, we'll be able to see what they got from the state.
Shouldn't be a lot.
So we
Yes,
can
this
see
is
that.
all that, that's transparent.
Yeah.
So there is a case, we will know what the numbers are. Is there anything that they could do whatever they wanted to? Yes, okay. But in the end, I mean, we do have that, there is that accountability of, this is what you were saying last time, and it would be a trust thing, right? I mean, obviously,
I think it
they
is a
go
trust thing.
low, and
So,
especially when they're asking for such a huge amount of money, it will be, something that they would have to answer to. So
that's why what I was getting to was I liked your idea of
Which one? I feel like I've thrown out 6 of
Right.
them.
the
I'm
one,
sorry.
no, like
Do you need another
holding
lollipop?
for lack of a better word, in my brain at 10:46,
Fair
holding the money hostage and having them submit the bills, and then
Last- a
we-
year
if
ago.
we even if we do the whole boatload, but keep that money hostage, if they don't spend it, it's still our money. Do you
Correct.
know what I'm trying to say? And
Doing a
and
special article.
yes, that's the point I was trying to get
Yeah.
to. I like that idea because what I was trying to say is they
That's
can.
Scott's idea. Just I want to give credit where credit's due.
So and I don't mean they, if the state gives them more than they thought they were gonna get, great, they have that money, they won't have to come to us.
No,
Chris, is
they can
are
still
the,
come to you.
Oh, but they're
Well,
gonna
the
have
special
to
ed
prove
expense
it.
is also
Prove
transparent
that
like the
they've already
revenue.
spent all
Right.
their money that
Right.
they've
Of course,
got.
it's all,
Yes.
That's why you put it under the
but
FinCom's control.
That- I really
could
like
be-
that
That's the
idea.
It could
smarty
be
pants over
reported,
here that we'll all go through it.
at DESI.
I
It's a
still
lot
like
of
the,
more work
the truck.
for you.
It could
We
be.
can't afford
But-
the truck, but I want, that's my biggest one.
One
that
thing
would
I want
continue
to also point out, doing the special article, it would not be new to their finance director. I mean, no,
Right.
it was,
She
no,
did
something I
that
proposed last year to
ago.
Margaret when we were talking about it. Of course, we really didn't have to get down to that road. I mentioned to Nancy else, and she goes, oh, that was where I came from, that's Sutton, that's what they did, the special article. So it's not like we're going something to that their finance director's gonna be going, this is confusing to me. We also are recreating the wheel, and we're also having somebody that's experienced with working in this way with a special article.
So,
Although,
would,
it's a little different when you have a special article for a school department than a district.
Just,
But
Yeah,
yeah.
we can still make it work the way you just
Yeah.
so
explained
this
it.
is, Sutton is not where she worked though, that's where she lives.
So how she work for the
thought
town
she
of Sutton?
told, yeah, she told me she was where she previously worked,
Yeah.
Okay, well then
Where she
maybe
came
that was her
from.
most recent.
yeah.
So-
Maybe she lives there too, I don't know.
I'm kind of like on the fence of like saying,
What do we
put
chop off?
do I have
No,
to make a
I'm not-
motion for a warrant?
I'm not finding
article?
low-hanging fruit on this list.
The truck,
You have to decide,
the
well.
truck, because we were
Because
gonna
you
sell
need
them
to
the
make a
truck.
motion
Yeah.
Or
for,
Eric's
no,
extra-
for what you're
extra
gonna
car
vote for your line
for
item.
13,000, and they came back and said, we can't afford it, and now all of a sudden,
50-50.
It's back.
there's
Like-
the truck.
For voting for the 4.
4%.
and
Welcome
then-
to-
and
welcome
then-
to our world.
And then
No.
having the
This has
bucket
been
for
since
the other.
December, this is
That
what we
makes
get.
sense to
The
you?
problem is if you do 4%, your bucket
Right. We
is
were-
not gonna make up
we-
the
we
seven
went
forty.
Or
full-
do you
But
wanna
we
do
wouldn't
2.5
we
and then
wouldn't-
keep the bucket,
You
the
don't
other
want-
No, we
money?
wouldn't do the
Toronto more
bucket
money
as the
than
full
what
thing,
they
we're not
want.
looking to close the entire.
Oh, no, I
bit,
know
right?
that, I know that.
That's
I
the
didn't
number
mean
that.
If you
they
did the
voted.
300,000 on the
213.
article.
332.
Let you use that free cash money.
That's the number Boylston
Who's she?
voted, because that's
Not
the.
happening.
Well,
Have to give,
I-
there's the option.
Things are raining on it, right? I mean, we do have
No, I get
to,
it.
we also have to look at it this way. I mean, there is
Kind of
ARPA,
so
we
we
have
could
to
make
actually
that
go that in the future too and say there's something that we would normally use for, free cash for capital planning.
2.5?
We take it.
Wow.
from them.
Or 5,
All right,
I mean-
so-
I said
9,
five.
and
To sit there
18.
and
So then you
go,
should say
I'm gonna
that
leave the
you-
18 is what they want.
Request at
the
3
5 is
2.5,
kind of
whatever
the
it
bottom line is.
the
I think
two and a
extra
half.
1.5
Well,
what do you
in
wanna
the
do?
bucket,
We could,
So I'm just
we could
thinking
that
do
would
a
be
little
4.
I would like to move to
well, you
another
do, no,
town.
we'll be looking
Well,
like
see,
this
that'll be,
4
we'll all
plus
be doing.
piece.
plus a piece.
Julie, we're all living with
I
you.
mean,
How much land you
The other
got?
bucket's gonna have to be
I
funded
have
by
a
free
condo.
cash or
Yeah.
save
It doesn't
money,
matter.
right? We can't.
I have
fund
no
it- we
land.
can't
So
fund
we're
it
gonna
with
start.
the
But we
budget.
have
I'm
I
happy
think
with
it's like
4.
roughly 60 acres up at Sawyer Hill.
All right,
And that
There goes the video.
4
I think
would
there's
be
like one
keeping
little
to
spot that
Honto's
you can legally
number.
put your
That's
tent
right,
on.
it's probably all
Relative to-
conservation.
Not sure what
Most
she
of
has
it's
right now.
conservation, but
Is it the
there is
Honto
a
number right
little
now, the one that,
little
hidden
spot.
triangle.
Boylston, you,
Okay.
Mark
I'm sure we
six.
can
We
find a
just
spot
talked
for
about
you.
this. I left it at the one the school voted because I'm thinking the FinCom is gonna change their number based on
What did
the
they
way that the
vote?
school
What did
voted.
they vote?
What FinCom?
The Boylston FinCom.
They already knew what the voted, they already said in that email that, they, going with what, the March 6th, not what was the.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
they've clearly laid that out.
So we want,
There's no chance whatsoever that they're gonna increase at this point. Cause if they go up, we have to go up.
Right.
No, we don't have to.
because it said
Well-
that in his email, the finance guy from Boylston said the total increase to Boylston in the school's budget would be 17.2% total and about 13% just for operating costs.
What's the percentage in taxes? It's in there somewhere. 4.
4.
I mean, I don't know what the
I kind of am happy with 4. That's I guess that's where I'm coming from.
4%
It's still-
in taxes?
Yeah,
Because
it's
4%.
still gonna be a hard hit for some families in
course
in
it is.
town.
It's gonna be a
But-
hard hit for the majority of people in this town.
Absolutely, but
Not some
but
families, yeah.
Majority.
I also
Question
don't want
is,
to
will
be
they come and
dealing
vote?
with a 1/12 budget if we can't come to terms and have to go that way. I don't want to do that either.
Why
It-
not?
We had to do that once, I think.
I know. I think I
I don't
remember
think
that
it was,
too.
I don't think it was that bad, actually. It was
No.
just you take the budget from the previous year and divide it by 12, and each month you're allowed to spend that much.
Although the commissioner can vote that you have to pay more.
And
He
they-
doesn't, yeah.
Yeah.
And my guess is they probably would with the special mandated special educational district. They probably
my
would
guess.
jump
That's what
that
we
up
thought they were gonna do
to cover that.
but they didn't. We
Right,
did
so we know
the
that 2.5 is out, and we know that 18 is out. So
All
where
right,
do
I'm
we
gonna
land
go.
on the
I
middle?
gotta go to bed. I'm making a motion that we go with 4% of a tax increase
Overall
over
levy,
over what
Yeah,
o-
overall.
overall.
So then what will that give the schools? 9?
One moment, please.
Oh, please, your call is important to us.
9.
well,
8.9 and 9.1.
9.
And that gives them what they voted on? or
Which is
something?
what
The lower
Boylston.
no, it gives them,
That's the lower.
That's what they, that's what Boylston.
And then
voted
the
Times
ta-
100.
average tax bill?
4%, so roughly.
5 to 600.
Yeah,
$500 to
13.
$600.
No, that was at 9%.
on.
No, that's 4.
That's right here.
Shut the
That
whole
was
hunt
a
door.
thousand.
yeah.
Do
It's
you
like,
need this back?
for the average.
No, you don't
Do
want
I
me
need
to
to
have
point-
it,
I was
no.
gonna say,
You need to like.
You're not allowed to have
You
that.
don't want me to have that.
Well, the
All right.
50, you see it's
Now, wait a
514, 513,
All right, I
77.
need a new page.
Plus or minus.
Let's do this
Oh my
again.
gosh.
So that's 4%.
513
So if-
additional dollars on your tax bill.
For 4%.
Yep.
Based on the average.
That's why I wasn't going with 9.
Kristen,
Yes.
I think that's still
Jesus
high.
God.
That's
Oh.
still
You have the
high.
floor.
See, we can't.
no,
give
no,
them
I'm
the
just,
first.
I'm looking at the lower table and trying to understand. So that 5.8, so, there's 550 in the lower table. That number is.
You're right, 550, it's 506, you see 558.
Oh, I'm reading the wrong, I'm reading
It's
the
because
wrong
it's
column.
558,
Okay,
450
Okay.
is the average.
yeah.
This
So the
just
550
gives
is
other
somewhere
So it's
in
gonna
there.
be.
Did you
And I
vote
did.
on this already?
506.
No, we
No.
haven't voted. I made a
It's
motion,
gonna-
and the reason I want to qualify my why
You
I
need to go to bed.
no.
You
I
only sleep 2 hours a night. You can stay another hour with us.
I think that the 2.5 is just too far of a distance,
Oh, yeah, it is.
and I was trying to be like.
Polite.
I would say 5% for each of the schools is what was my suggestion.
What is that tax increase?
I don't know.
It's
We
2.5.
can already fund
It's 2.5.
with
5%.
We already
is
know
2.5.
that. It's 2.5.
We've been
And it
looking
wasn't-
at that assumption for several weeks, and
Yeah.
that's roughly where it
It's
would come out.
2.5.
Well, the
Yeah,
overall
5
levy
is
would be 2.5, which would be
$2.5.
$397,
$397.
which would
Yeah.
increase your tax bill.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
so I just didn't. I think
just
there's
think
just
8
too
and
much
9
of
look too high.
too much of a gap at 2.5, and it's going to be discussed on the floor. And not that the 4 isn't going to be discussed on the floor, but I just think we're almost there. We have a way of looking at financing it. The town administrator has been very creative. And there's still a little bit of a gap, but if they get more circuit breaker money in, then
514.
then they will be able to close that gap a little bit themselves. And Scott has sold me on, he believes that there is more revenue there than projected.
Mhm.
And you don't even want this coming out of my mouth, but we still do have the free cash.
Nope.
And what about opera money? I'm just
No.
asking.
Absolutely.
No, I just was asking. I didn't know.
No, you can't for ARPA.
No,
Okay, didn't know.
no.
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 For operating,
Yes,
you
you're
have
right.
to
You
have
should
money
ask.
that comes in
I
every
wanted
year.
to ask because I already had that question
Operating ARPA.
proposed to
No,
me and I
for-
didn't
for
know the answer.
an
That's why I'm
operating
asking.
budget.
So,
You have
Janet,
to use
you
money
can't
that
put
comes
the
in every year.
ARPA,
ARPA doesn't come in every
you
year.
can't put it to these sort of
Well,
recurring
free cash
operating
doesn't need it,
expenses,
that's
but
why it's
Could put it in
that,
capital.
hang on,
Right.
yeah, it was just,
But-
could you put a roof, could you put the EPDM roof on the school with ARPA money?
Probably.
Well,
Can
then,
Yeah.
then,
If you
I
want.
don't know if we
Legally,
have that much
but-
money
But,
in ARPA.
yeah, there isn't that much money, that would wipe out the whole thing, and then some.
Shocking.
You could also put ARPA towards some of the capital planning expenses, I believe, because
that-
they're
that's what
one
we were
time.
Can we just buy another tarp?
Another what?
Tarp?
Or,
I thought you said
And
truck.
angle
I
it?
thought
Tarp.
she
I thought you
said
said another
truck.
truck.
No,
I did too. I was
thought
like,
she said truck too.
Tarp.
So that's
Angle it.
why I was with the 4%. And nobody has to second it. That was just my opinion.
So,
Nobody did second.
I
it,
know,
by the way.
I know no one
so you're
seconded
looking
it.
at
Well-
a $40 plus increase at 4% and a $30-ish increase a month for that, and that's the stuff that you need to tell people.
okay.
I understand that, and
By the way, a 4% increase still leaves you with a $732,000 deficit. I'm just letting you know.
If you
Do we
start
have a
with this, though,
second on
you
the
can't go
4%?
down.
Not yet.
Well,
Yeah, you can go down.
We can go
You
down.
can go
We
down.
can go
I'll
down.
I'll
second it.
You can't go above what was
you
requested.
can't go above what we
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
we have a second
Correct, I'm
from
sorry.
You can
Julie.
go up to the
It's
school
getting
number
too
though.
late.
You can go up, and you can go up to
Okay.
the school number, which
Right.
is
But no.
way
10
higher.
or
Right, we have a second on this. So what, do we have any further discussion? This would be 4% target levy, which is basically the Tahoe assessment 8.9 and BMS 9.1.
9.1, I believe. Hold on. Let me go up one more. I'm down too
One
far.
was what, 8, 9, and 9, 1?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Do-
just do 9%, it's easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these are the numbers that you leave in the budget. So any further discussion? Mary?
Can I look at the capital items again? What's in the ARPA?
$3.06.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, it's not like
None for
500.
you.
Yeah,
No,
I don't know, I think there's around 400,000 or 500,000.
about 5 and change.
But again,
I think it's
So-
587.
never be
Why do I
replaced
say
again.
that? I don't know why I say 587.
Say again?
I don't
This is
recommend.
it's a one-time, will
That
never
is
be
correct.
replaced again. Once
That
it's
is
done,
correct.
it's gone.
Right, we use that 500,000, then anything that anybody else wants in town, so sad, too bad,
And the
move along.
original idea was to use ARPA funding to help to, bring the town more in line with being able to apply for grants and
Correct.
things to save the town money in the future. But
Right. So this means that you really can't do any surveys to
no
get
engineering
sidewalks, you
costs,
can't
no nothing.
do
It all
anything at
has to-
5 corners, squat done.
That's your projects that for ARPA so
Oh,
far.
559. I wasn't bad. I said
So-
587.
So my thought on this, Scott, is in the capital projects, if we could take ARPA money and take some of those capital projects off, that frees up free cash to do the thing that you were thinking about, right?
Well,
So,
I think that's
uh,
something you could consider for coming years if we,
But ARPA's not around.
Nope.
ARPA has
Well,
it's sunsetting.
yeah.
So this is the year to do it, if we were gonna do that, and I'm just,
We have until the end, December 30th,
Extra
December
money
31st of
given to the town.
2024
yeah,
to allocate ARPA,
yeah.
and December 31st of 2026 to spend it.
Yeah, okay. So we were looking at the capital projects that
Yeah.
that capital planning approved, and that's
It's
again,
about $700,000, just
Yeah.
shy of.
I'm trying to work
680.
between the concerns that June and I are talking about and then Scott's idea, which is a good idea, but for those concerns. So if we could,
Right, but Mary, as you said, there's really no low hanging fruit. What are
No,
you
no,
gonna do,
no.
toss in 13,000 for the infamous, we can't afford a truck, we want a
No.
truck?
and well, I mean.
no, if you
the
could page up a
closest-
little bit, if you would, Kristen, page
I have
up on
other
the,
ARPA uses. Like, I have other ideas for ARPA, that's my only problem, Mary.
Huh?
I have other uses that we may need for ARPA for, so that's my only concern.
Okay. Could we look at the capital list again? Because
Yes.
we didn't page up. There's another,
The roof, go up a little higher.
I was gonna say, just keep in mind though.
the,
that there
the
are
bar
big
on the
things
right, Kristen,
coming
can you
up,
move that
too.
up? Yeah, there you go. That's what I wanted to see, was the cost of the roof.
1.1 estimate, it'll be more next year, for sure. That's just an estimate.
Not the shingle roof, the flat roof.
Oh, the flat, I'm sorry.
Right,
I mean, you could get, you could
because
get
there's your
200
300,000, Scott, what you
Right.
want for a warrant article. There it is, right there. If you used ARPA there, boom.
Or you
Which
could
is not
get-
what we want to do with ARPA, but,
Or you
but-
get 200,000 from it by removing everything but the roof. Be like 198 or something.
So that would leave about 280,000 for, you just ate that grape lollipop, didn't you? I don't have another one to, like another great one to give you. He's gonna have to suffer and take another one, so that's
I
gonna
did,
leave
that
you
was
with
supposed
about,
to be John. I'm sorry, he's asleep.
okay,
So-
then he'll never know. So that leaves about 286 for ARPA, which is really not a lot.
No,
No.
no, and
And everything that we've spent so far, it's not like we're spending money foolishly. I mean,
We've
What
been
did you
adding
have?
into
No.
projects that have come in over budget to enable us to be able to move forward with those
Correct.
projects, which I
Right.
think is smart. I
Right.
also think that this is very smart. That enables us to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
ready for grants.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I no fault. I like what.
for the facility
What's been
study,
done
can
here.
we just put like for sale signs on a couple buildings and see what happens?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know a great realtor and auctioneer, actually, if we decide to go.
I-
His
I
name is
think,
Paul
you know,
Zekas.
that's
More
one thing
questions
that's
you want,
kind
or-
of nice. We
Yeah,
are
or-
spending something like the opera money on your project number 8,
Mhm.
which has already been approved, and we may have some pieces of property in town that could be sold, and we may have some more revenue coming in.
I could think of 3 buildings I'd like to sell, like right now.
Well, when the feasibility study comes, we can talk.
Okay.
All right, we're probably moving a little bit off topic there, so.
Well, maybe we wanted to look at
I
capital.
know, we got her capital, next I want to see any other, what she wants to,
Well, Scott, if
Yes.
we were, if we kept alive your warrant article, where would that leave us on the levy? Would you still be at 4%? Where would you be
I
on
would
the
still
levy?
be at 4%. Would
But
be,
that would leave us 300 in free cash.
mm,
Well,
this,
No.
no,
No.
no, no. I was Scott's idea from earlier about.
Right.
Um,
Oh, not putting it into it, not saving it, but shifting it into
Oh,
a.
didn't
Scott Hawkins
spend
could-
that
for not
290,000 on the
putting
roof out of free cash. If we spent it out of ARPA, then that would
I'm
give us
not-
a larger free cash balance, and June and I would be more comfortable with then putting that towards the warrant article on the special ed. That's what I was,
Yeah.
that's
I would-
that's
yeah,
what
I
I, that's the
followed
rest
you.
of the
I knew
thought.
what you were
Yeah.
saying.
And I just asked Scott, does that change
So
his
instead of us
view
putting
on
money
a
in
4% tax
stabilization
levy? He's
fund
saying
this year,
no.
We actually use that
So-
to help stabilize
oh, I
this
mean, what,
budget.
changing what
Yeah,
on the
but-
4% levy, or
Special articles.
taking the
Because we're not
300,000
putting
what
money
way?
into OPEB.
If we were to put it into warrant article on the special ed costs, would you
Because
still
really have 700
feel that we would need to go to the 4%
Nobody's
levy?
realized seeing that, you
I
know.
Well,
would,
no, I'm
I
sure,
would
yeah,
still
but I am
think
showing it,
that,
right,
just
it's right
on the
there.
reason
Look at-
that
no,
you
no,
leave
no,
Ben's,
you're-
you're looking
you're-
at $600,
Yeah,
That's
maybe
what
you're
I'm
showing
saying.
it.
$60,000
But you
gap.
can show it on.
That if you look at
Well,
their existing
yes.
funds.
Right, and the reason
both from
it
school
wasn't on there
choice
was
and
because.
potential
the OPEB
for
was
circuit breaker,
No.
you're really,
You don't want me to look at it.
I have a, no, I think it's really
But
stretching
you
it,
get a choice.
at least from, the numbers I can,
Increase on your taxes.
no, kind of,
Mary,
Kristen,
I may have a solution to your problem.
let's hear more.
We'll go back to this number.
Yeah?
This number is higher than it should be
Mm-hmm.
because we're not putting money in OPEB this year. So you don't even have to touch the money you're planning. I really want to put money in stabilization every year. It's just a good practice. I understand this is an emergency
No, no, no,
situation,
yeah,
but if
yeah,
we still
yeah.
can, and you still have this, that's kind of a win for everybody.
yeah,
It's
So you're
my,
saying
one
take
shot
300 out of
And if
there?
you didn't put it in for, if you didn't put stabilization money in, and I'm with you, we need to, but it's
Then you have
there,
$1 million.
we'd have $1 million.
Why?
yeah, well, I guess, let's clarify here, it's like, that was Scott Hawkins' proposal for not putting in capital stabilization. I was fine coming from that, well, where'd that number just go? Well, actually, that's
It's
700,
down the bottom.
right, the 700, and still keeping it in the stabilization. So it's from the 718,
But only for special.
only for out-of-district special.
But
Right.
what's making me nervous is we have 923,000.
186.
Yeah, and we already have a request for $1 million
True.
For next year.
for next
And-
year.
This is all that's rolling over,
Yeah.
unless you roll over also.
Which is the part I focus on, that,
Unless you
that right
also
there.
roll over that.
Yeah.
Well, if you take 300,000, we'd have 418 to roll over that, so now you're at 1.1 million.
So we're gonna fund one project next year,
Not fully.
and not fully.
Yeah, you gotta come up with a little bit more money than what's gonna be there.
So the 300,000 that we're proposing to put in a special article just for special ed for our district is coming out of line number 6?
Mm-mm.
No, it's coming out of free cash.
Well,
This
it's
is
all
all
free
free
cash.
cash.
Well,
Well, free
yeah,
cash,
true,
yeah.
but
It's
So is it
coming
coming
out
out of number
line
6? Is that where it's
13.
coming from?
No.
See the balance.
Coming
is-
out of the
Line
special
13
article
or
pot.
14.
So
That was-
it's coming
that
out
was-
of the 718, so we're only gonna have 418?
yeah.
My proposal was to have it out of that line 6 peg, but people are doing other
But
things.
remember, we're
So
not
you
going
wanna
to
cut
just
out-
have 418.
What-
Line 10 is rolling over 769, so you'd have 418.
Now, this is just for Berlin Memorial, right?
Correct.
Correct,
Yes.
just for BMS.
Is that what you're talking about doing?
Could you
That's
put
what
in-
Scott's
Well,
talking about.
no,
doing.
Mary was
Yes.
saying to take 300 out of capital plan, right? Is that what
Yes,
you
take
were-
it out of the capital plan.
So,
Uh,
Where's
but
my
then-
roof-
but then-
Where's my roof money going, Mary?
You use ARPA to put the roof on.
Okay.
That was my
1
proposal.
million for the roof though, for
No,
next year? Okay.
no, the
Just
flat
this year.
roof, just the flat roof.
Okay.
The
So then that gives you that.
290,000 one in this year's capital plan.
You know, it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul here. Why don't we just let the capital? It's already set because said and done. The money is going to be from whatever. It's not doesn't really matter if we.
It does matter, Janet. It really does matter from a financial perspective. And
Well,
It
it's
does.
still coming from the same pot.
Free cash?
No, the capital planning. It's still coming from the same.
What did you just do? Oh, you took
I
out
don't
the
know,
roof.
she's doing,
I took the roof out of capital, like you asked me to. And that's what you would have.
a little bit less, yeah, right. And
But-
we would still put the roof on, but we would use ARPA is what my proposal is.
Correct.
Yeah, and you're right, we're looking at different revenue streams. We're looking at,
Yeah, it just I don't.
But also keep in mind that special article could just totally be used up too.
Say that out loud.
That the article for the school could totally be used up also, which
At
would mean
300.
then we possibly need it again for next year.
Right.
That's my only concern.
That's that whole resetting the base.
I
thing.
would, I would anticipate that it would be probably completely used up because we are leaving a $447,000 gap.
Oh,
The where I would see it not being used up if the scenario of like wherever, like this latest thing, 4 suddenly new students, and come start of the school year, they're gone.
right. But
That scenario I would see, but I would go in with the assumption
But it's
it
gone.
is going to
You
be
have to count it as
because it would be one thing if I was saying we had a gap of 340,000 or something like that, and no, but we have a gap of $740,000, and that 300 is just filling that gap, with the rest being with the assumption of that the revenues are projected too low for circuit breaker reimbursement, and like I said, the schools have other funds that they can tap into more than they've proposed in their budget.
So you may have to use another 300 out of free cash next year then.
All right, so can we summarize this to say 4% increase in tax equals 9% rounded increase to Tohoto and Berlin Memorial, right? Am I good so far?
Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
4% tax increase.
Yep.
Translates to a rounded 9% increase for both Tohoto and Berlin Memorial.
Yep.
We're going to take 300,000 out of free cash and put it in a special article only to be used for BMS special ed,
Out of district.
Out of district
District.
special ed.
out of district special ed. And we're taking 273 rounded up out of ARPA to fix the small roof, which then that comes out of capital.
Yes, which lowers capital to offset the 300,000 that you're putting into the special ed article.
And then that 4% tax increase translates to approximately
514
Right here.
on a $558,000 loan.
515,
Plus or minus
77.
515,
Plus or-
513.
Plus
Yeah.
or minus 50 or to 100.
So,
No, thank you, you have to.
Jesus God.
I know.
I
can't.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
very
anymore.
important.
I don't know how we're gonna sell that.
I know.
It's, yeah, I mean,
We're not,
you've got the high number to
Well, I
sell.
have to say,
$400
this sounds
isn't a
a
great
lot,
sell.
this sounds a lot better than going in at another
1,000.
5%.
Is that
I
270?
know, again,
know,
but my
and people
concern
don't-
is who's going to show up to vote for this. So all the hard work that we've done could just
It
go
could.
away.
Other than the fact that people will know what the numbers were, and we gave them information. Yes, I mean, in the end, the voters are gonna make this decision.
Right.
And if they wanna roll over on top of, on anybody, like say, it's their, they said, they don't wanna get into this position of being like the heels are dug in on both sides.
Correct.
Right? And if it does go that way, I mean, what the backlash could be next year, dealing with the budget, could be significant,
Correct.
right? Because what will wake up people if they don't show up and are upset that they get a 10% tax bill increase, they will be out the next year. And they
Yep.
will be, that's when
That's when it
No.
zips right back down to 2.5%.
Exactly. That's where, so they're, what a win for one side at this town meeting could turn into a tremendous loss down the road. And
For
that's
the-
why
for
I
the
would like to
schools.
have.
For
what?
the schools.
Right, I mean,
Right.
we just have to explain it, that we're trying to do this for the betterment of the entire town. No one wants to see kids suffer, they're not suffering, they're doing well. Studies indicate, however, you also have to look at the makeup of the town, and if 1/3 of your population is senior and on a fixed income, trying to come up with an extra $513 in a year is disastrous
Yep.
to them. Or it's disastrous to a single person who's making $50,000 a year.
Yeah, I
How
don't
are you
think
gonna come up with
this,
that?
that conversation should not be limited to senior. It's
No.
across. It's across the town.
Correct, and
And
it's-
one of the reasons people move to Berlin is that it's economically diverse. I'm speaking for myself, and it's got the open space, and it's got that kind of thing. Well, you can't keep that space open when you do this to people's taxes.
Correct.
It ain't gonna happen.
It is-
It's also got
The-
one
the-
of the
the
lowest
fun-
tax rates.
It does have one of the lowest, and you're looking at a fundamental change in the quality of this community if you play around with this kind of stuff. And my gut tells me that we're not getting consistent and accurate information, and I was like, if this is a game, it's a dangerous one.
And the thing is too, it's that you don't wanna
Really?
use a scare tactic. You don't
That's
wanna
my
put
point.
letters in red and bold and
No.
then, something else in 0.8 font in white. But you've got to somehow have a one page that we use the big screen when we have our pre-town meeting that says, here's a table, bottom line, here's a table, bottom line. Discuss. And that's it.
And
Because you start flipping
There you
back and
go.
forth. Yeah, you start flipping back and forth like you're doing with us.
I'm gonna confuse the heck out of people. No, this would,
Yes.
that's why we
No,
have to
that's
make a
the
decision,
school.
and then it would be broken down.
And speaking of making that decision, so let's get to the point. We've had a
Poor Scott.
second
I
on the
have one more
4%.
question.
Oh
Yes.
God,
I have another
no!
issue, too.
No!
Yes, I remembered.
Go.
By taking that $272,000 out of ARPA, is that going to jeopardize one of the plans you had?
Yes. How was
So
that?
I know. Well, that's what I want to know. What is it that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul with? I want to know what it was that you were going to use that ARPA money for.
There was a whole list of items that was presented to us that people wanted for ARPA, and so we kind of kicked off the ones that we could easily do.
There were
People-
two that I was really honing in on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
you.
no, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, we were talking about the parking lot at 1870 and Bullard, and dealing with the walkway and the ADA accessibility up there, and also finishing off the third floor up here. So just, those were ones that had been kicked around. There's many more, like you
Correct,
said.
so my question on the ARPA stuff was just floating an idea, so I don't think we're not voting on that, we're not.
We did vote on it. We're going to.
No,
we
we're
no,
voting
haven't
on
even
it.
touched
it's
that. That's a
separate-
special
it's a
article.
separate
Can I read
conversation,
the
Janet.
motion I
Oh.
have is Janet made a motion for the finance committee to request a 4% tax increase.
Overall levy increase, correct?
Can I put one more wrinkle in though? I'm really sorry to do
Is
this.
that how should I say this? Overall levy increase?
The special ed article is a standalone article. You know what that means? That it's possible that the school budget could pass at full, and then there could be
Then you pass
also
over.
the article pass.
I got it.
But you have to, so
got
I have to think about that.
Yeah, can we
Well,
pass
if
over
you-
it?
If you
Well,
vote
you
the
can-
school, if you
The
vote the school
floor could
first,
say
and then you
no,
could,
And it
Correct.
has to be voted on. You
oh.
can't
No.
just automatically have
You
it
have to
pass
make a
over.
motion to pass over it.
Well, couldn't
And
you put in
everybody
the
has to
article
say
that
yes.
this is only
Mary,
if
there's
you go with the
There,
4%?
I gotta think about it, but in my mind right now, I don't
Yes.
know how you
Okay.
can tie those together because they're two separate things. One is a budget
They are,
and one is an article.
yes, they
Because if you did
are
it as a
separate.
line item,
So-
it
Sorry,
would-
everybody, just
They-
don't, just.
they- They are separate. I mean, that's one thing we can explain, that if for some reason, the school gets up to, amend or go for their budget, understand that, that the articles for special education, that we can have an agreement that they would not push that article, right? And also, the other thing too, you could just put the article much further down the list in numbers, so that if people are coming to the budget just to want to get out there quick to get home, they're going to have to wait around quite a while to also do that article.
Yes, I guess my only concern, and I really hope it doesn't come to this, but this could potentially become rather contentious, correct?
Mm.
I mean, it's heating
Oh,
up
yeah,
as
anyway.
the weeks go on. My
Mhm.
concern would be if it becomes increasingly contentious, you could potentially have a situation where you push for both and you get both. That's my only point.
That is potential, right? I mean, I think it's one of those things we can't. There is a risk there. I would hope. I think that if they pushed that way, and they managed to put that through, both a 10% levy increase and a taking from the special article, that the backlash to the people that didn't show up at the town meeting would be tremendous at the next one.
Right, but that's when one of us stands up and we do the, hi, I'm not speaking on behalf of the blah, blah, blah committee. I'm speaking on behalf of insert my name here. Do you realize, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you just passed this, now you're gonna pass this, which means they get double money, they get more money. Yes or no? And let that resonate for people to be like, ooh.
Well, yes. I mean, I think there's enough of an argument that would be difficult for the people of the town to do that.
I just want to
It-
throw that caveat out.
it is
I
a
cannot
caveat.
tie them together.
No,
I
yes,
mean, it's
I-
late.
We haven't even
but-
written the article yet.
Yes.
We don't even know. if we're
No,
voting.
no, we're not-
Demo, you can't
yeah.
put them together.
We
Yes.
haven't
Um,
decided
But they're
on that,
two
right?
separate
We could
funding
just skip
sources and
Right,
two
no, I
separate
get that.
articles, so
Yes.
I can't tie them intrinsic.
Like
I mean, I can
pass
ask town council, but I can't right now
Skip
see a way
that
in my
part of
mind
the
to tie them
motion.
together. And
That would be an article.
That's where
I
the
have
money's coming
paranoia
from.
because of something that happened in my
That's where
former
you're gonna get
town.
300,000
And it created
for
contention
sped.
for years, and I just don't want to see that happen here.
No, I don't
You
think
know what I mean?
anybody
They're gonna
wants
get-
to see
Some get their money.
a win-lose or a lose-lose. I think everyone would like to see a win-win, and I just, I don't have the answer for it.
I know.
But the 4.5% the 4%,
Four.
sorry, closes the gap a little better than 2.5.
It does. And I did ask Dewey if he had $1 million in his car. Unfortunately, he said no, but maybe next time. So we'll see. Rep Kilcoyne's
Ask for half.
chief of staff.
All right, so 4% translates to a 9% increase, also translates to a $513-ish increase in everyone's personal tax base.
And I do believe that's what Boylston has,
Correct.
that,
4%.
and that's really the other reason why I chose 4%, was we're staying in tune with what Boylston is also doing.
Right, but they're also saying the increase in Boylston to the school budgets would be 17.2%. We're only doing 9.
Well, that's only because of the proportion of student and whatnot.
Because they've
It's,
got a bigger
it's just they've a
2/3.
bigger proportion, so.
Yeah, Peg, we're at
The
a third, they're 2/3. On
So
a-
the
on a pop-
percentage,
pupil
the,
basis.
the
So
tax
12.
percentage is really the only thing that's staying the same.
Yeah, so if you round up and do 18, because it's easier to divide by 3, then
There
there's
you
your
go.
12.
Nice.
So
Yep.
they're 12, we're 9. I'm not gonna fight over 3%.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion here till we get to a vote?
Is the
No, you
vote
mean
just
get
on
to-
the
get to
4%
bed.
right
Yes.
now? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's only
Right.
4%.
All right, let's do a roll call. Scott, aye?
Mary?
Take me last, I don't know what I want to do yet.
Julie, I.
Janet, I.
Mary, no.
Okay, passes at 3-1.
Does the select board want to take a vote
No.
on that? You're in open session.
No.
You need
I mean,
another-
you really, we're looking to you
Fair,
guys.
fair enough.
And,
So then
and
make the motion.
Well, we
What?
always,
No, I
we
mean-
always look to you when we make our,
Yeah,
when
they
we
made
make
the
ours.
mo-
Our,
they
my
made
first
But there's
question,
less, there's less of us.
my first question is, what
voted.
is the, I wouldn't vote on something, and then I went out on a limb, and then I said
but you
they-
guys are you're the bottom line, you know,
I can,
on the
I,
budget.
Buck stops
Yes.
with you, Jen.
that's
Yeah, I
right.
don't know about
I
that.
can live with the 4.
I'm not making a motion, and I'm not seconding it.
Well, then I guess we're dead in the water. Okay.
So thank you for,
We at least have something, we have a stake in the ground on something.
maybe when Scott comes back.
All right,
It probably, with a three-member board, in all fairness, and this is a big decision, you probably do want to make it with all 3 members.
Correct.
Well, I mean,
This is
we
why we
did
should go
vote.
to a 5-member board, but that's a
We
discussion for
did
another
also
time.
vote to, I don't know what I was gonna say now, I'm so tired.
Have some chocolate.
I did notice before you adjourn, if you're planning to
well,
adjourn.
what about the article? What do we have
Oh,
to do on the
okay.
article?
Well, the select board would have to reopen the warrant on Monday night,
Ugh.
but we can put it on the agenda, we can reopen it and close it in the same night.
Okay, and then for funding a number to it, we will have to wait until after it's put on the agenda.
Nope,
We have to.
I
put
would
it
need
on.
to know the number before, so that I
Okay,
can
we
put
need-
the article on
In
the
the
agenda,
wording and everything.
Okay, so we would need a motion for adding
however much you want to
the
add,
article for special education, so.
correct? Are you,
Can we get a
I'm having
motion?
a hard time, I'm not making this motion, but well, you can have the motion and then I'll discuss after.
are you still
Well,
at
I
the
actually
3?
need a motion from these guys too.
Why?
For
Well,
what?
no, they're not making one.
No,
Not
don't they
making-
have to
she's
end, no,
taking-
don't they, oh, I thought they,
No.
oh,
She's
I thought
taking
you were
the
ending the
minutes,
meeting.
remember.
Oh, no.
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh,
I
no,
was
we're
asking
not,
if
we're
they
not
wanted
ready
to
yet
vote
to
on
end
the
the
budget.
meeting,
So,
Julie. We got another
this-
half hour.
Oh, okay.
This article that you're talking about, I'm not, I understand it, but I need to see it like written out to be able to understand it better. So that's my first question. My second question is, we just voted on 4%. I know there's still a big gap. What if the school committee is gonna put their warrant, their budget in, and going back to what you told us, all right, the town people votes for the higher, and now we've got this article in there that now they're gonna get, I don't mean they're gonna get it, I don't mean that now the money is gonna be even more than what was asked. And I'm
No, you stand up and discuss it. One of
Yeah.
us stands up.
I understand one of us stands up and discusses it. The point is, we can discuss till we're
I know,
blue in
and
the
they could-
face.
they could vote for it and
still
get another
vote it in
300,000.
and say yes, and I'm having a hard time. I've just increased taxes by 4.5%, and now I'm going to give it 4%. I keep saying that half because of the 2.5. Now I'm
now
going to
you're
give an
giving
extra
away $300,000.
$300,000 out of free cash. That's
Well,
a hard Kool-Aid for me to swallow.
Well, we
Yeah.
can, I mean, first of all, we
I
can
agree.
explain, I mean, the situation of what we're doing. I am trying to alleviate the bigger increase in the tax levy. and trying to basically smooth out this spike from the, special education out of district tuition.
I understand all of that, but the bottom line is, the
Yes.
school gets, and I don't
No, I
even know
think
how
it's-
the town peoples vote to go with the higher
Okay,
budget.
or you're worried not the 4%, that they go to the 10%.
Yes, that's what
So
I'm
then,
worried about.
so then what happens is that they get their 10%, if they want, they get their 300,000, guess what? You'll have to fight me to get that $300,000 out of my cold dead hands for that roof.
Well,
Absolutely not.
We have a solution.
Oh, you have a solution?
Potential, so this is all like on the fly,
But you see where
right?
I'm coming from?
I do, but we
And-
have a
and I
maybe
don't-
solution.
And I don't mind
Yep,
the,
no, possible solution, go ahead.
Possible solution, we write the article in such a way that it says for mandated out-of-district costs not covered by state revenues. So that they have to show us what they end up getting in for revenues and that there's a gap in that funding.
So
And I
even
think
if
we
it's
might be able to
approved,
write it
they still have to
specifically
prove
enough.
it. So even if it got voted there, it would just sit there.
Correct.
So they just don't get a check for 300, so they have to fork over the invoices to show.
It will
so
have
in
to be
other words,
new
they have to
addition-
have no money
new.
We
left
just
in their
have to word
budget
it
in order
right.
to come back
Right.
No money left
in the special ed.
Correct.
So Chris said something important, which is
Would
you'd
it
have to
have to be-
incur it in fiscal '24.
Yes.
And it has to
Yes.
come, and that has to come to both the select board and the FinCom, like we do with some other.
You would have to put it under the control of somebody, I'd recommend the
So at the end
FinCom.
of the year,
Okay.
it would go back to-
Usually you don't put it under two, I
Okay.
mean,
Have you guys had anything under buddy before?
I was
sorry?
gonna say, as I said, select board in Sutton, I like that. That's good to me.
I don't think
that's
Yeah.
a sponsor.
No, I do not know of,
I do.
oh, that's a sponsor. The authority, I guess,
I still-
elected
Elected
board.
board.
I see what you're saying.
It would, it does make sort of
Because the
sense that it goes to an
budget-
elected
we don't have a
board as
line
opposed to,
item budget.
I don't think, the finance committee.
But with the special articles.
But I'm not
You
going
may
to.
be, you may have a point there.
So you're voting for it, you could give them 300 if they say yes, but then they have to prove
They
the
don't
state
get the
didn't give them
revenues.
any money.
Enough money.
For
Enough
such and
money
such a-
for
So-
It would be, we have to meet the same criteria that it would to begin with.
Correct.
when
So
we
you're
set it
really
up.
not getting $300,000.
No.
You need to prove
Yes.
that
Yes,
you gotta
this is not
you know,
just-
like
it
no ticky,
becomes
no
part of-
shirty, no Billy, no 300,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But-
that was
but
why, that
it
was one of
would-
the reasons Scott brought it up, is that
As a
it's,
special article.
the
not
control
a
of the
line
money
item.
stays here, and you have to,
You have to show me the money.
However,
Show me the bill.
and I,
But,
tell me if I'm thinking about this wrong, if they get their budget fully funded, they technically have enough money to fund that difference out of the 10%.
Yeah.
So then they're gonna, by them being able to come to us for that extra money, that frees up money in the operating budget as a surplus.
yeah, I think
Is
this,
that
I think
correct?
this is,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
I
what
think
I
this is
mean.
turning
I mean,
out to
they
not a
don't
good
have to-
idea.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think we're
Not a good
getting
idea.
too pessimistic.
I
on
don't
this.
mean to be pessimistic.
I think we're being way too pessimistic that.
I'm just thinking
that
logistically,
the
functional.
town, the voters would go and try and stick it to I don't know who exactly, because it'd be basically sticking it to their neighbors. If they got what they wanted with the full levy cost, everything covered with a levy, and then try to take the extra 300,000. I think we're getting way too pessimistic. I do have think that they have more.
Integrity.
Whatever side you're on this thing, yes, would not go to that point. I hate to be proven wrong on that, but I really think we're getting, they say, too pessimistic with the people that basically are going to be our neighbors.
I
so.
just say it logistically, with no judgment, just that it could logistically
It-
happen. That's all I'm
right.
saying.
I do agree. That it's theoretically it's possible, very much so. I think we're just getting way too pessimistic. on
I
it.
wasn't being pessimistic. I was trying to figure out if there was a way you could write the article
I
that
do agree with you.
said if we voted the full capacity of what they wanted, this article would be defunct because they therefore wouldn't need it. That's what I was trying to say.
I would agree if there was a simple way of doing that, because then basically it
Probably
comes
write
down
that,
and,
though,
and we
in
move
the-
right
like,
past it.
Not in the motion, but underneath it. or
We'd have to
something.
make the school budget its own article, but we could probably do that.
I mean,
Well, if they're
they
gonna
wouldn't.
go
We wouldn't
and
need this
pass it, they're
article
gonna make
if
their own motion anyway.
on the floor they
it's
voted
just
the
a mo-
full
you know what I mean?
school
Correct.
budget. That's
No,
all I
you
was
should.
saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking anybody was going to be pessimistic or they were going to take the money. I was simply saying, if on the floor
I think
the school budget passes
we
at
need to
the
make it
full
We need to make it its own
level
article.
funding or whatever you're
And then
going
we
to call
do
it, they therefore wouldn't need this article.
7.
So was there a way we could write it as such? That's
Right,
what
but
I
it's
was
still
trying
gonna
to
have to
say.
go through legal, I mean, it's not like we can come up with the wording.
Well, that's why
And
she's
then-
Yeah,
writing
she will,
it.
she will
That's
check
why
to
I
see
the
if she
legal's
can
gonna
find the
write it and
wording.
go
I
like.
wasn't.
"Nice
I
try,
wasn't being
kids."
pessimistic, thinking they're going to come and take the money. I was saying they won't
300K
need it
from
because they've already got it
cash.
from their.
you add it
budget.
to the article.
Does that make sense
and this
now?
has
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to be
No.
clear.
FC. So you either vote on
Well, hey,
this
this has
or
been
you vote
fun,
on
maybe you
that.
can invite us
right?
again, not.
All right. All right, let's see the
You vote
last,
on that with the free cash, or you vote on that without the free cash.
but we still need a motion
Ah,
to go with the article.
Lord, it's a good thing everyone's
We
got
still
like
need
a
a motion
minute
to go with the
commute to their
article.
house.
No.
Do we have a?
No.
No?
What?
No.
Oh, except you, sorry.
Fair
Wait
enough.
a second. Wait a second. Do we need?
I'll just be nodding
Here,
off driving
here.
to Leominster. I'd say, where's the yurt when I need it?
Yeah.
We still need a motion for the article.
Motion on the article.
Well, my
Yes.
house
Amount.
is finished. You'll, but
Wait a
you'll,
minute, did we do
you'll
the
have a
4%
better-
already? and that
We
was-
did
They-
the
they-
4%.
they
Okay,
said
no,
yes.
that's good. You're
We-
not, you're holding.
Yeah, we arm wrestled and said no, not now.
now
So
it's
we
the
get that,
article.
but do we need something for the warrant?
Yes.
So
That's what
do
I
we
need now.
have it written yet?
No,
No.
you would direct me to write a warrant article to present to the select board. I need the dollar amount.
Oh, you just need the dollar.
And I need, well, I understand that it's for Berlin Memorial, out of district, and I understand your parameters. I need to know how much you want to fund it with.
Right. Well, my proposal is the 300,
Okay.
especially since we had the, and like I said, it does get you, I mean, it leaves a gap at it leaves us at the
So
same gap we were
400,000.
dealing with 2 weeks ago before the, situation happened with BMS.
I'm gonna have to rearrange the-
Can you write a note saying why we're late for work tomorrow?
Absolutely. You're all excused.
I can write you a nurse's note.
Could you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please excuse Margaret Stone from work
Peg.
tomorrow.
I'm at a doctor's appointment, can you excuse me from that?
What time do you need to
I
wake
did
up?
text
Bob?
my husband to tell him I wasn't dead on the side of the road somewhere. I thought that was appropriate.
But he's
Um,
asleep.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. No, he did write
Okay.
back and said, thanks for letting me know.
All right, do we have a
Um,
motion for that,
Well, we
to have
haven't
an article
written it
and
Well, you're going to direct her to write
direct
I
her,
know.
write it, we're not gonna exactly write
for the
it.
300,000, and then we will open the warrant on Monday at 8:00. Shut it at 8:03 or 7:00, and then shut it at the end of our meeting.
Open close.
We have to actually vote.
Yes,
Yes, you'll vote to open the warrant. You'll add that article.
Oh, so this will be on Monday nights.
And any
Yeah,
other
okay.
articles that come in between now and then, and then
Mhm.
you close the warrant.
Yeah.
I do have to put that caveat out there. Don't give me the look.
Let me suggest you call VDH when you get that.
Yep.
To make sure that she's worked with school committees and schools and.
Okay.
Because you
And
can
a
probably
lot.
ask her to in the order that it should.
Yep.
All right,
And she'll tell you if it's legal, illegal,
do
or
we,
whatever.
do we have a motion from anybody?
Not me.
How about, I would, okay. Can I make a recommendation and then you decide if you like it? How's that?
Okay.
Request that the select board reopen the warrant to add an article in the amount of 300,000. Am I going too fast?
Wait a minute, I gotta
Sorry.
get, it's late, so.
I know. That's why I was trying to help.
Thanks. So,
Request the select board reopen the warrant.
My hip is killing me.
select board reopens the
I'll
warrant.
follow her. Make sure she gets a look at.
To add an article from free cash in the amount of $300,000 for out-of-district
District
special education
special education
for Berlin Memorial
for
School.
Berlin
Does that sound right to everybody?
Memorial School.
And we'll let the select board decide who puts it, who gets control of the article.
We're gonna arm wrestle.
Sounds good.
So we have a motion on that?
You could ask that of Liz too.
True.
Okay. Are you up to this, Janet? Should I do it?
Just say so
I am
moved.
not convinced
Yeah, so
myself I'm
moved.
for this
Just
yet,
say so moved.
Just say so moved?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't
cause
have to read it.
cause she just did it, yeah. You
We
do
just
so
read
moved.
it, so,
So moved.
and then you
Right.
need a second.
Do we have a second?
Nope.
I can second it, right?
You can.
Second it. All right, more discussion? I think the answer is no. We've beaten this horse pretty good. All right, so roll call. Scott, aye.
Mary, no.
Julie, I.
Janet, no.
And we're at an
Alright.
impasse. Where's Stan when you need him?
No kidding.
I
Yes.
just.
He was at the dump
Okay.
today, I saw him.
Who?
All
All right.
Stan.
All right.
Yep, he's there.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
You
now,
don't
any
go.
change, anything that
That's-
you'd want to have a change on that to make, get you to a yes?
Well,
When you asked that question.
My rationale, Scott, is what June and I, behind your backs there, keep talking about, which is I don't want to put us in a bad position on free cash, and I was looking for a way to make it work, and I suggested the roof and the ARPA thing, but on further reflection, I'm like, no, I don't want to do that either. I'd really like the ARPA money to go to other things, so I think, and then listening to Kristen saying, well, you know, you could have both of these things, I'm like, yeah, I'm done with this idea. That's my no. And then they don't have to open the warrant, so.
And that's anything for you, Janet?
Well, it was all new to me, and I just have to think, one night wasn't enough for me to like really wrap my head around the whole thing. Sorry.
No?
No.
I'll just throw in another wrinkle because that's what I'm great at. The select board can decide if they so choose to still open the warrant.
Yeah.
But if we open the warrant, they've already made their decision.
True. Well, yes, they're at an impasse.
Well, it would not be, obviously, I mean,
Well,
if you open it
It's
and,
a no-pass.
Sure.
yeah, yeah, it would be, you wouldn't have approval from the finance committee, it'd be a split vote,
It's the vote from FinCom.
Right.
so.
You can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm literally not advocating
Don't
for
take
one
vote
way or
on
the
it.
other. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
we-
give you all of your options. That's
No,
all
I
I'm
Open
doing.
the warrant,
understand
not to
options,
open
but
the
I'm
warrant.
already having a
Yeah.
hard time swallowing the
We have
fact
three
that
of us
we're gonna
then.
increase taxes
You have
by
two of us.
No,
4%,
right, but
and
if
I'm also
on
having
Monday
a
night we'll
hard
have three of
time
us.
feeling like we
Yeah, but
need
there's
to
nothing to open
educate
it
our
for.
children. It's
No.
not an
You can't say
easy,
it's 2-2
There
because
is no,
then it makes
yeah,
them.
It's not
so
an
easy
easy
decision.
topic.
It doesn't pass.
Correct. So
You know?
It's
there's no
not called
point.
an impasse. It's
Okay.
called
Right,
it
so there's
doesn't
no
pass.
point.
So where are we at this point? I think we're
ready for me.
ready to, yeah.
Ready
end
for
the night.
Motion to
Well, actually, no,
adjourn.
wait,
Okay.
oh, no, you guys have to,
Make a motion,
Oh,
I make a
sorry.
motion
I
to,
can't.
Did you get
Adjourn.
adjourn
uh,
at,
Jeez.
hang on,
11:40.
thank you, at 11:40.
Okay.
Okay.
Seconded?
Up for a vote?
Yep.
Stone eye?
Key-fied.
There you go. Boom, chakalaka.
Sorry, Julie.
no, that's okay, I'm just.
You're doing
learning.
our minutes too?
Yes, she is, part of it.
Are you?
Yeah,
No,
so
your motion.
I was afraid
She's a
that we
machine.
closed our meeting before you closed
Oh.
yours.
Oh.
Julie wasn't
Thank you,
chocolate?
Julie, for
It would
coming
not-
out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
It wouldn't be symmetrical.
Can I now make my motion?
Yes, now you can
I'll
do your
make a
job.
motion to join FinCom at 11:41.
All right, second that.
To join FinCom?
Adjourn.
Go.
Adjourn
proud.
FinCom.